The last time I saw example team, they were doing a very big display. Oh, that thought that is Paul trying to land some shots. Bilal need to make it work, but he will not make it through the field.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Action, action, action. Will the players from Fear be able to hold on? Quick reaction. As we can see the shots just flying straight on through Aiden, quickly holding up his own, but it is not enough. Quickly rushing up into zone. Fear up ahead. Team IND also now making their way towards that zone, looking to secure decent position, but up comes Mint. Beautiful spray. Will he be able to close it out? Dragon just back and forth. Mint picking up the nade, sends it over. Will it be the one? Look at it go. Look at it go. And oh! Eastern side still enough, finding their rotation, trying to go around that southern edge. Oh, Talon comes in with a talented slide into zone, but not enough as it gets taken right on down. Now it is up to Midza to hold on. Beautiful play from Paraboy, finding it in and sending Stellas right into the lobby. Well, Risk is now going to risk it for the biscuit as we do have Atlas moving straight on in, sneaking up the staircase, coming in, breaching the building, 3 knocks straight into the side of Risk and Allen. Fortunately for the side of Risk, already disengaging from that compound and moving up a little bit further to the north, but now there's so much pressure on Allen and already 3 easy kills in the bag for Courage as they now.
And that is the drive away to bait the aggression out from Team Savage, and Golden Boy will land his second nade. What a beautiful execution from the squad. That's exactly what we want to see. The clock is ticking and they continue to land the pain.
Oh, up comes the Strangers. Oh, they come flying into the compound even. Golden Boy now looking to close it up, finds the hit.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine, show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021. And of course now today we are getting ready to move into our final round for the teams in our Group A. My name is Niko and with me of course is the ever lovely Professor Tarzan. And we're going to be taking you through all the action here today. And already just looking at the performances we saw coming in from our Group B teams, things were looking pretty tough, especially right up onto the end of that final match. So now today, moving into our Group A matches, we're expecting to see quite an intense fight as the teams are pretty balanced with regards to their performances over the past few days. And as we move on up into our leaderboard, we can see where the teams currently are situated. We got the team there from Syrax Esports, of course, holding on to that pole position, sitting on a very comfortable 198 points. Only a few points up ahead, only 42 points ahead of the players there from NDL. So there is a potential that we could see a little bit of a disruption coming in on the top end of that leaderboard. But of course, the teams that we're going to be paying the closest attention to will be the teams situated closer to that relegation zone. That, of course, being the likes of Most Wanted, TeamOMA, the players from BATSquad, as well as the team coming in from AK-47 Gaming, the players of TheUnikKillers, as well as Arena 51. Just looking at the points that they've got at the current moment, there is still a bit of back and forth we can see that could potentially open up those gaps moving up in towards that top 8th position. So Most Wanted, they are 28 points up ahead of the players there from TeamOMA, as we can see. So they are generally safe. And the first 4 games are going to be those determining games, kind of giving us an idea of where the teams are currently after those 4 games, and then who's going to be the one to have to step it up the most to make it up into that top 8th position. And now, of course, yesterday we did see it being neck in neck all the way down to the finish. So we're coming into the day with some high expectations, and of course, we have the players there from Team Syrax showing us some really good consistency, as well as TRG Direction also bringing in some pretty decent consistencies. The players from Conqueror UK being one of those teams as well. Liquid Demons, even though they're sitting all the way down into that 13th position, they've been showing great consistency throughout their days, with even a bit of an improvement coming into their day 3. In the first day, they were able to acquire 11 points, second day 13 points. But as they moved up into that third day, they brought in quite an astounding amount of points. That was 51 points. So there's definitely quite a bit of potential for teams to still make some moves up and down this leaderboard. Then there's, of course, a few teams that we are also going to be keeping a very watchful eye on, looking to see whether or not they can improve their consistency. They started off day 1 and day 2 pretty strongly, and then things just didn't work out according to plan for them. One of the teams, for instance, is Sons of ODIN. They came in on their first day with 49 points, improved it up into the second day, bringing in a whopping 80 points. But then on the third day, dropping down to a little bit of a saddening 20 points. So hoping that they move back into this final day, improving those points once again. And of course, at the end of the day, they are fighting for their share of the prize pool. That first place bringing in £6,500. That second position bringing in £3,500. Third place bringing in 2,200. Fourth place is 1,800. Fifth place brings in 1,250. Landing anywhere in between 6th and 8th place awards the players there £900. And then of course 9th to 16th place brings in 415. Of course, our MVP gets a very lovely £450 as well. So I gotta say though, Tarzan, this is looking to be quite an interesting day that we have in store for us here.
You know what? I've been looking at the stats, and it's just crazy. We had some crazy games yesterday for Group B as well, and I won't expect anything less today. Of course, we need to go through that point chart once again, so getting that 15 point, if you make it all the way to the top with that chicken dinner, but second place, you will be rewarded with 12, then 10 points, 8, 6, you know the drill, right? So everything's on the screen there, so you won't get any placement points if you don't make it to the top 12, and if you can go beyond 8th place, then you'll be rewarded more than 1 point. But of course, that 1 kill point is extremely important. So we will just need to see how these teams, revolve around that, because we've seen some of these stats coming from maybe placement point to kill point ratio being a very important factor, right? When it comes to dissecting how a team play or where they may have to improve further.
Yeah, so definitely quite a bit can still happen in our final few games here today. So definitely looking forward to seeing how the teams are going to start it off, moving up into our first match, which of course is going to be over on towards that Erangel map. So definitely quite a few interesting plays can come from this. And as we can see the schedule now on screen, we do have Erangel followed by Murmur, Sanok, back to Murmur, and then ending it all off right there on the home turf, on the home ground, the home map, being Erangel. So definitely, man, I'm looking forward to seeing what the teams are going to bring on through and who's going to be those 8 teams to move up into the next phase.
Oh, very tight when it comes to the competition, by the way. And we are looking at some of these trends as well, DK. And we look at how Syrax, alongside Excuse Me, TRG, and Conqueror UK, and should mention Liquid Demons as well, coming in a lot stronger after day 1 or even after day 2. So that bounce, if they continue, they will have a very decent chance. But when we're looking at the opposite, right? Teams that could slip down and have been showing a little bit of signs that way. NDL, a team that started, this tournament crazy, like 96 points in that day 1, but dropping down to 39 in day 2 and 21 in day 3. That is not a good sign. Same as Sons of Odin. Yes, 49 first day, 80 points in the day 2, but only landing 20 in their third day. So TeamOMA would have a similar situation, and I think one of the biggest so-called disappointment, right, would be Arena 51 that ended first day with 63 points in second place, then only getting 15 in the second and 8 in the third. Something seriously wrong there. So we don't know. We need to look at how they play, and sometimes just based on the movements and the not just movements, maneuvers, decisions, all the small things from that character, from those teams, you can actually feel kind of what sort of a mental state they're in.
Yeah, so definitely going to be testing out not only the player skills, but also, that mental. I always wanted to say the mental ability, but it's not really that. It comes down to the stamina of how long can they retain the focus moving in. I mean, starting off the first match is important, starting it off well. But we're going to be looking to see how the teams can uphold that consistency, pushing through all 5 of the games, and how they're going to be applying those strategies. Because, yes, the first game is an important one, but as we get further through the day, closer to that final match, that is where they need to start making alterations, making changes, and adapting accordingly. Because if they want to find themselves in those qualifying slots, they really have to bring in quite a bit of work. And as we've seen, there's not a lot of a gap coming in between the players that are situated close to that 8th slot. It starts on 101 points and then moves down to about 86. So that's only in a region of about 15 points difference. So quite a bit can happen over these coming 5 games. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to step it up and what their focus is going to be.
It's going to be very tricky, I think, for these teams, but it's about, having that mental edge. I think it's going to be so important. Like, we saw how yesterday turned out to be, right? That it was so hyped through that day, because there's so many ups and downs, as well as team trying to adjust and not giving up. That's what we wanted to see. There's so many teams that just needed one big game and they were able to deliver. It's actually was crazy, down to those one game, one fight, one skirmish, one clip. And we saw it all on screen yesterday on stream. So I'm expecting something crazy as well, especially when we talk about, this group A, being a little bit closer when it comes to the level and the way that they've been executing these plays. So we're looking forward to kind of a crazy day here to wrap up the group stage of PMNC UK.
Yeah, so definitely we're seeing a much closer comparison looking at the teams, but of course we're going to be ready, getting ready rather, to move up into our first match as we head up in towards the lovely Erangel. Remember, for the viewers back home, you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And speaking about 5G, man, this flight path is looking fairly northern, but it's not going to be too crazy. We know there's a few teams that like to frequent those more southern positions. So I'm curious to see how the teams are going to try and adapt to that, and of course also where our first zones are going to be forming, because that plays quite a big role in how those later phases work out. If the teams don't find themselves beautifully set up within those early few phases, they might struggle a little bit later on.
I think there's something very interesting, about this playing path. Yes, it's rather on the northern side. So I'll be looking at how some of the southern teams play this. So first of all, Syrax, the team's been blowing up, right? So playing better and better through the days. They are a Novo team, so they need to make some adjustment if they want to play that drop still, but I think it would be better to make some adjustments if they know more than one spot. I think that is exactly what we want to see, from a team that's been doing great. You want to put them to the test, right? But the other team that's been tested, whether you want to squeeze them or whatnot, they've not been doing well. Arena 51 love that Primos drop, and it's a little bit of a glide, and they actually will be blessed by the zone. So I think it's a test for them either way, in whatever shift. If it's in their favor or supposedly in their favor, will they make the correct maneuver in the right way at the right timing to claim those spots to start to dominate and have a good start, because they really, really need that. But if it trips away from them, which won't be the case now, but it could still happen in our later games, and they need to know how to edge in without losing, any players. And it's going to be a bit of a tricky zone, I have to say, with so much water in play and still allowed. Basically two options, right, for these teams on this eastern side. Do they want to rotate through that main island or just loop through the eastern breach first, then come back in? But that is going to be a little bit of a bet that they have to make.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how these rotations are going to be coming in. We do have a few potential points of contention, just looking at where the players there from TRG direction has dropped right alongside OMA up in towards that South George region. And looking a little bit elsewhere, we do see the players there from Syrax as well as the BATSquad now just positioned on the outskirts of that Lipovka region. So I'm curious to see definitely still how those rotations are going to come through, as we do have quite a bit of opening still remaining up in towards that zone. Of course, this is the looting phase. The teams are going to go around making sure they can find the loot they think they need, moving up into this first initial phase. And then they're going to be looking to secure those compounds in anticipation of our first zone shift. So definitely some high expectations coming in. But this is where especially the door is still pretty open for the teams like TeamOMA, the BATSquad, even AK-47. If they bring in a strong performance, a strong play right out of the gate, especially in this first match, they could be securing themselves a decent position already well within that top 8.
And you know what? Now that we are in Georgeport and with the camera over TRG direction, I want to talk about this team, because we talked about how stacked this group is, maybe in comparatively compared to the other side, the Group B. But TRG direction just made it in a solid place as 4th place amongst the teams that has players with experience. We've got, Sons of Odin doing decently. Conqueror UK Most Wanted, we've seen them in PMCL, and just above them we've got, Excuse Me, with players who played in PMPL and, Syrax, NDL, all these teams that's sandwiching this TRG direction squad, has some experience, but TRG is just holding in there and doing pretty well as well. That spot on 1-to-1 ratio when it comes to placement to kill point. That is a good sign for a team that we haven't seen before, DK.
Yeah, definitely. And also TRD Direction has been able to move up 2 slots just in that last day. So there is quite a bit of potential. But the same, of course, can be said for, excuse me, they've also moved up 1 slot. But BATSquad, don't forget about them. They've also been able to move up, and they moved up 3 slots. So there is definitely quite a bit of potential. If they bunker down, they get ready, and they get ready to push, we could see quite a bit of an improvement coming in, because currently we do see them sitting up in that 9th position on the overall leaderboard with a very comfortable 53 placement points and, of course, those 48 kills. So that is going to be one of the focus points here for today. So we're going to look to see whether or not the teams can be consistent throughout these matches and keep on improving and enhancing those positions.
And I think this circle as well will be allowing us, at least like as casters, to predict how it could look like, in the finals, because Gatka finishes is what we had quite a bit, like recently, especially yesterday in those very, very crucial like matches down to those one play. It just ended in the main Gatka compound. So like the ability of, this group as well, the teams in this group, to show how they know how to play around that field will be such an important factor. Now that Gatka's sitting right in the middle, like for this circle, for this map, with so many teams with priority on that eastern side, this will be a really good showcase of the knowledge as well as style of rotation, or the priority when it comes to this type of shift.
Definitely going to be something to look out for. Meanwhile, as we look on towards the players here from the TheUnikKillers, they are positioned fairly well within the zone, just south there of that whole Gatka region, but also north of TRG Direction, as well as the players from Arena 51. So definitely going to be hoping to see a little bit of an improvement coming in from Arena 51. They do have some opposition within that region, and they are pretty well situated just on the edge of that quarry angle. But now, looking at the players here from Most Wanted, of course, coming in with that rotation well ahead of that blue zone. And that is a good call. I mean, that is essentially what we want to see. We want to see the teams try and get ahead of the blue, not rotate up with it. Sometimes that is a decent strategy to apply. But I think that is something that is more beneficial in those later phases. In the early phase, you want to try and get in, get yourself set up, and look to fortify your position.
I think especially when you are a team of trio currently, like Most Wanted and Arena 51, you want to enter in some ways that's least punishable. I'm not saying that you should, go in with, high risk when you have more players, but there is a window where you just go in when people just least expect you. You may have to strategically tank the blue a little bit, but not so much that you burn your resources. And I think the fact that they studied the map, I would assume that they have, allows some of these players to play a very unconventional way, to kind of loot up more than they need, and then just completely escape, this first few phases, then suddenly transition into a center play, and we see the opening knocks coming through from none other than Syrax. They've been dominating this group and just doing better and better.
Yeah, and of course they're going up against the side here of the 7 Ravens. Now, will they be able to continue on with this momentum? As we see Cable now pushing closer and closer. Oh, there we go. The knocks are coming straight on through. Zero gets taken right on down, but a little bit of an aggressive rotation coming through there as the players from Syrax. Londa is looking to close it up. Gets one onto Rusher. Beautiful execution. But now Rex still hanging around in the vicinity. We see Jimmy also just up on towards that western side rather. But here we go now. Syrax, they're looking pretty comfortable in their approach here, but will they be able to close it up as Jimmy now almost gets a quick opportunity to put a quick few sprays on in. But it is going to be a 2v4 situation for the side here of 7 Ravens, and it could be quite a bit of a tall order for them.
You know what? I know Syrax not afraid to, take this fight as well. And, so far 7 Ravens haven't shown a lot of strength. It's a little bit hard to say that, and it feels a little bit bad for saying that, but it's literally seeing them getting baited every time someone's trying to pull something off. Sometimes the split's not really coming through. A lot of mistakes in neutral fights. So yeah, there's so many things that they could use to refine their gameplay, and want to see them coming back stronger. After all, they still have that one player who knows what they can do. We always say just never underestimate the power of the solos.
Yeah, man, Rex now trying to move on in. But speaking about moving on in, you can move in on a lovely promo code, as we can see right there on screen. So be sure to grab the code, pause the match, pause the feed. If you have to, go write down that code, go redeem yourself one of those lovely parachutes. And of course, well, if you're not quite sure how to do that, open up your browser, search for PUBG Mobile code, redeem, follow the instructions, and you can get it for yourself in-game. Meanwhile, we are going to be looking to the rest of the teams as we do see those rotations heading in the northeastern side. It's definitely starting to heat up. We got the players there from Khukuri set up fairly decently, but right alongside them, a little bit of contention as we can see the players now looking to move on. The Liquid Demons just up ahead, but will Khukuri be able to secure this position? It is, I can't really say a favorable spot to be in, but it's a good initial point to start from, in anticipation of that zone shift. So let's see what they do with this.
It's very hard to say right now. I think the interesting thing is a lot of teams, right, they are avoiding the most center compounds. I think there are two reasons to this. One, they think they could be another team already being there. Two, those compounds have a bit of a low ground position, like with a little bit of an open surrounding. So when you go over to slightly more of the western side, you can get some advantage. And one of those teams that has been in here who will want to push others away is exactly NDL. And Most Wanted as a trio is not having a good time in this, as they do a 1-for-1 trade. Hartman living with a sliver of health for now.
Oh, man, come on. Jody steps right on in, finds the spray on the end, and down they go. Beautiful rush coming in from the side of NDL as they send back the first team. That, of course, being the side there of Most Wanted. Beautiful handling. But now NDL needs to continue with the role. And strangely enough, we do see the two teams currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, sitting with the most kills so far. So this is where we need to see the rest of the lobby step it up, bring in that aggression, bring in those points, and secure a decent angle. But now, AK-47, of course, coming in with a very, very delayed rotation all the way out in towards the blue, and of course, quite far away from that zone. So definitely going to be looking to see whether or not they'll be able to make it up into one piece. Fortunately for them, this is only the second phase. So the blue zone is not doing the crazy amount of damage just yet. But of course, the faster you can get out of it, the more you'll benefit from it.
And you know what? Sometimes this type of play is what you need when you didn't have the body advantage, right? I think Most Wanted kind of made a mistake by, how should I say this, over-rotating there. Like with the plane path that's easily touch a lot of the drop spots on the northern parts of the map, and they are a Yasnaya team. And to come in, to cross through all those parts into some power positions on the east is just, like, on the west side, it's just not easy at all. And the TheUnikKillers will not have an easy fight. That's just what we assume, because that is a lot of aggression with momentum coming through already from NDL into this game. Fix 16, we should say, for this group, as we have some pre-firing. That's actually working.
Oh, man, Hitman with some beautiful hits there, but NDL are looking quite aggressive. Will they be able, though, to close this out? I mean, this is not going to be too much of a costly engagement for them, but it is quite the important engagement for the side here of the TheUnikKillers. So they need to just stay on top of this. They need to keep their cool, keep their calm, and just play the game the way they know. As we can see, Hitman now just quickly trying to get back up into that hard cover. Jody, meanwhile, keeping a good angle up on towards the roof here. We do have Jar Jar now getting knocked right on down. Will taking quite a bit of damage. See Vulcan starting to cook up a few grenades, looking to send it on through. But again, a good positional spread coming out here from the TheUnikKillers. But NDL, they're still looking so aggressive. They want to move in. They want to clear this up. So definitely quite a bit of a challenge for the side of the TheUnikKillers now.
I feel like the TheUnikKillers have a great window to be more aggressive, especially when they have been here. They're trying to hold this, defend this end setup. It was a little bit of a late reaction from those who are still on their feet. Genre goes back down. That will be another chance for the side of the TheUnikKillers to capitalize on this. But have they done that? The actual answer is no. It's now Jody in an important position to trade for his teammates, and now just using those beautiful maneuver takes the 1v1 after all.
Oh, come on. They're going to try and push on in, but Andy L. Jody just ripping it up. Beautiful plays coming in from NDL. It looks like just another walk in the park for them as Jody lands the finishing blows, and with that sends the players there from the TheUnikKillers right back up into the lobby. Meanwhile, we see the rest of the zone just erupting in chaos. As the players here from Conqueror UK looking to push on towards the players here from Arena 51. The BATSquad just holding behind them. We saw quite a few rotations coming in on towards this eastern side with several teams taking positions down in towards the south. But Demon now sending out those mollies, looking to find that opening. As the players here from Conqueror UK comes up with a beautiful jump shot. Hitman gets taken out mid-air and down goes Arena 51. Beautiful wrap around play from Snowboy.
And that is also the issue when you're all clumped up. I mean, to start off with, they had 3 players, but this is just looking more dire for the side of Arena 51. They placed second after the first day and just getting just single digits in that last day and coming in as 3 players. They are making it harder than it has to be, but they have my sympathy. Who knows what happened to the last player? And we have a little bit of a fight on rotation, always something that I love to see. Say yes is exactly what I'm saying for Liquid Demons on this side as they rotate alongside Excuse Me, which is a little bit surprising. Excuse Me, I thought they would be playing this a lot more aggressively and taking some more commanding position in this phase.
Yeah, man, just looking at the zone, we already have the players there from TRG direction set up beautifully on the side of the Guardian. The same, of course, for this team there of OMA. But now this is where the challenge comes in. The teams in the surrounding area, they still need to try and find that approach. And we can see AK-47 also coming in with a little bit more of a western rotation. Rex there still alive, but up comes the spray from Prada, heading straight on over on towards Excuse Me. A little bit of a crash coming in. Oh, AK-47 in quite a bit of danger now.
And I like that play. I think I haven't properly seen the whole formation of Excuse Me. Oh no, they're down to a duo. So they actually have one plan here. They've got enough sightlines into maybe the edge of the zone here. And then they will just choke whoever's rotating late for a wide rotation along that main road. You know what? Every point counts in this stage of the tournament, DK.
Yeah, every point counts, and we're going to be looking to see who's going to be able to bring in the most. As already, we can see the players here from Excuse Me. They're doing a fairly decent job. Yes, they haven't found any kills just yet, but man, you would swear this is a full squad as they come rushing up into the side of AK-47. AK-47, of course, now being reduced down to their only remaining player who we see situated all the way down in towards the southern edge of zone, but beautiful push coming in there from Excuse Me, securing themselves 2 easy points on the board. But now, are they going to look to move back up in towards zone? They are situated over on towards the west. And now as we head on over towards the players here from NDL, we can see them trying to dominate up into Khukuri. The BATSquad just up ahead, looking to gain entry over on towards that western side, TRG direction. Also coming in with a quick few sprays now right over towards the players there from Conqueror UK. And that looks to be quite a challenging position for Conqueror.
You know what? I know some fellow casters would say they just hate Quarry. Like any Quarry, this one on this map or in Sandhopper, you know what? I love Quarry finish because it's also one of the so-called updates. Like it's not the old Quarry. Like this new one has a lot more different, elements to it. It can even become a drop spot because of the boost in the loot in this area. So having a finish in here will add a lot of dynamics. Like with that landscape being ever so unique, it will provide something that we haven't seen before, DK.
Yeah, I mean, this is some great shooting coming in from TRG direction over towards the Conqueror UK team there. But Conqueror just utilizing the hard cover as they look to hold on to this position a little while longer. But meanwhile, we do see a little bit of convergence coming in on towards that western side rather. players here from Sons of Odin looking to close it up with a Khukuri just up ahead. Smoke, oh, just trying to get the spray in, but of course the hits come straight on through. Khukuri now reduced down to only 2 remaining players. Fortunately for Khukuri, they've rotated along this western line all the way up on towards the north. Meanwhile, we do see the players here from the Liquid Demons positioned on that western front as well. Hell just up ahead, and of course Karma just a little bit further off to the side. But now, will they be able to find a secure compound to move into, as we are about to see where the 4th phase will be taking us?
And it's going to be so scary for some of these teams. And we will have a quarry finish. And that is just so brutal. But I think extremely interesting because the amount of hiding place is just crazy. Like, we may see some of these vehicles flying down the dips of the quarry to just get into some of this dips. There's so many times that you have to nade something above. But it's just the so-called bounce, right? And the throw mechanics to throw at somewhere, I don't know, 50 meters below you. That's just completely different, man.
I think this is a very, very healthy zone for the teams. Yeah, it is definitely putting them to the test. And as you can see, of course, this western side is going to start lighting up as we get a little bit of contention, a little bit of congestion even on this western front. The team's still looking to push on through, excuse me, trying to make the most with their 2 remaining players. We can see the team of OMA just up ahead, and Kosti trying to come in with a quick bit of a spray. But of course now they do have a few visitors actually moving in. They're looking to share the space here with them. Jay-Z cooking up that grenade, sending it through, and the Liquid Demons just holding tight on towards that western front. But they are putting the hits, the spray up in towards Khukuri. Hell now being forced to get out, and down he goes, as the Sons of Odin find the finishing blows and closes it up right there for them. But of course now the Liquid Demons are going to try and move up, trying to secure that position. Virus now being one of the last remaining hopefuls there. His teammate, of course, getting knocked on down. So it is now a do or die situation for the Liquid Demons.
And excuse me is unfortunately out, but they try to put a lot of pressure along that western region as they are down to that duo. And Say Yes is now not Virus, the last one standing. Will just need to do those important maneuvers, checking the side and slowly zigzagging in. There's still a way to play this, and I think it's going to be so interesting because every layer of this main quarry is just another type of landscape and pressure. We need to see more how they just come in already. Sons of Odin need to slowly move in, but so many of these key spots that people don't even know unless they played this spot, unless they studied it before.
Yeah, no, man, we got 10 teams remaining. This zone is so congested with players scattered throughout. 29 players still alive as we move up into our final 10 teams, and everyone are just trying to squeeze on in, trying to get that setup, that position, that angle. But that eastern edge on and of itself is looking pretty tight. We got NDL, the BATSquad, as well as Conqueror spread out on that eastern edge. Sons of Odin holding down on towards the south. They have AK-47 right there alongside them, as Marshad is holding on for dear life. Cable now from Syrax coming in with a bit of a spray. The zone is centering up beautifully in the middle of all these teams. And now we're going to see those quick rotations come in, those quick relocations, as the teams are going to try and fit in. And I think the first team to secure a decent angle, having some nice hard cover to work with, would be looking pretty decent moving in, as we have the players there from the 7 Ravens now getting taken down. But now the fight is about to break out right here in the center portion of the quarry.
You know what? I'm waiting for some cars flying down quarry, and I think that is just something that happened because everyone would be focusing on looking at those who needs to come in. They want to play that gatekeeping role very well. But you know what? It will actually allow those teams to flood themselves in, and I can see some rotations coming in already, coming in strong and confident. Is actually BATSquad. They have some casualties, but they would take a pretty center spot.
Oh, and Syrax now sharing this portion of the zone with the players there from Conqueror. BATSquad now just getting absolutely punished. They take quite a bit of a beating, being reduced down to only 1 remaining player. The players there from NDL still going to try and hold on. Cable trying to find those angles. They've already been able to bring in 5 kills, but NDL already sitting on 8, so they are here to perform. They are not going to be backing out of any of those opportunities in this zone. definitely providing them with several of those, but Cable coming in with the hits, putting the hurt onto the Conqueror. As you can see now, Conqueror reduced down to 3 remaining hopefuls. Okay, we have this one come through. Denoka goes down. Cable still doing a dance, still doing the back and forth. But Conqueror get eliminated. NDL now the next target. Syrax not going to be stopping anytime soon.
Cable has no fear this game. He's challenging shots here and there. 1v1, 1v2 is just repositioning everything we've seen. And you can see the confidence is there for this squad.
Oh, come on. NDL now quickly looking to relocate. Trying to get a little bit of that high ground advantage. But of course, right up ahead of them. You can see the players there from TRG direction are looking to do exactly the same. So they could be caught out in the open. That is exactly what happens as Jody comes around the corner, gets 3 knocks in one go. But now finding himself in a little bit of an exposed position. It is up to Rattle to quickly get those reses in for the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Jody not going to even bat an eyelid as he comes rushing straight on in, looking to get aggressive. Up comes Will, trying to get the job done. Oh, down to business they get. And of course, a beautiful closure coming in for the side of NDL as they wipe the floor and already now continuing up into the next engagement.
14 kills in their pocket at the moment, and they've been, staying as a full squad as well, capitalizing on some other squads not looking out for the weak side. Those predictions are not hard to do. Sometimes you just need to reset up in the same slot and just think about your weak sides. But Euphoria will take a risk and he will not be able to make it from that split.
Oh, here we go. It is up to the final player of Sons of Odin, CR7. Now situated all the way down in towards that southern edge of the quarry. But center zone is looking pretty tight, pretty tough. Syrax not going to be backing out of the fights just yet. We can see Londa and Co now trying to push on in, trying to blow that opening if they must. But OMA just up ahead. Jay-Z holding up in the little shack. Will Cable be quick enough to get the grenades sent right on through? Up comes the Molly. Will it find the spot? It is so close to Jay-Z. He's just looking at the flames as he gets lit on fire. Now it is up to Whiplash to make the hopes and dreams happen for the players there. Oh man, this is looking so tough, and everyone just squeezing in tighter and tighter. Sons of Odin get eliminated. 5 teams left to fight it out. 9 players still remaining. But you see Syrax and NDL coming in with 3 players apiece, going up against 3 solos. But now the shots continue to fly. Oh, Cable, a little bit of a misfire on that grenade. Knocks out his own teammate. Jody now taking a little bit of fire there as Londa and Cable get ready to move on through. Who is going to be the team to close this out? This could still be anyone's game. But now it is down to skill, down to how cool they can remain with all the pressure starting to mount. You can see Andy there from BATSquad potentially getting a little bit of a visitation from Will. Virus holding strong. Whiplash just lying down and waiting to see what is going to come. Man, will Andy strike? Is he going to try and bounce at this opportunity? Will now just getting closer and closer. Liking the trigger discipline comes in, but I believe Andy might have been spotted if Will was looking up in towards that window. Oh, come on. Here we go. Andy makes the push. Makes the rush. Will he get the spray in? Yes, he gets 1 knock, but down he goes. Beautiful coverage coming in from the side of NDL. 4 teams now left to fight it out.
Oh god, like that was a bit of a risk, and that is the split coming from India. I understand what they're trying to do, but that was just hard. There's just so many snakes opportunity in this type of landscape with this type of covers as well. So we're down to a 2v2v 1v1. So that is difference of at least 7 placement points. And those solos that made it and definitely did something right. They might have just found the right place, but they definitely know when to not move.
I mean, Syrax sitting on 12 kills. NDL sitting on 15 kills. These 2 teams are just absolutely insane. They're trying to make sure that no one catches up to them, and that is for certain. And now, of course, the Liquid Demons Virus is going to try and improve that position all the way down in towards the south. Whiplash happens. Didn't have to move up just yet, and so far, so good. But will he be able to hold on? NDL and Syrax now side by side up in towards the north. Virus just trying to find a pathway back in towards that zone as the blue zone is closing in. Whiplash, on the other hand, is looking quite comfortable. Not a worry in the world. Liquid Demons Virus gets taken right on down. Cable not cooking up the grenades, setting in ready to send them on through. Oh, Whiplash, quick to react, finds the shot straight up in towards Jody. Now up comes Jaja, looking to move on in. Whiplash just up ahead, but up comes Londa as well. It is going to be absolutely brutal. Down they go. Whiplash get eliminated, and now it is up to the side of Syrax going toe-to-toe with NDL. They find their heads and claim the winner chicken dinner. 14 kills on the board. Insane.
Very, very good match. Like, you can see the dominance coming through from these top two teams, and they've definitely carried that momentum over, and so much confidence in their play. You know, sometimes it doesn't work out. You can't get perfect info in that type of landscape, you know, but the confidence there, you know, we love those dueling. It's almost like war mode, DK, and I love it because Quarry itself is that for that mode in this game, right? But we have this quarry finish, and we saw a lot of, you know, interesting plays coming through. Like, the predictions are somewhat right, you know, like, but there's one team that really made a statement, and that is NDL. In one single game, they've basically got more points than what they've gotten in the whole day 3.
I mean, Jody just went up into absolute beast mode, finishing on double-digit kills. Absolutely insane. But I gotta say though, Syrax, man, they also just stepped it up. Cable coming in with a beautiful 6-kill finish, and the handling we've seen come in these last few phases was just absolutely phenomenal. I gotta say though, this is gonna be a brutal fight all the way to that 5th and final match. I don't think the teams are gonna be backing down just yet, and just looking at the sheer way in which they've been handling themselves in this match, today is gonna be, it's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be one for the books.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing another game as well, DK. It could be about the stats. I'm thinking between, when it comes to damage and kills, between Jody and Cable. What do you think? I think that could be quite accurate when it comes to this match, as they take 29 and 28 points respectively. And that would be double to what TeamOMA got, although a 13-point game, so important for this team that wants to really like leave that bubble at 8th place, because above them with a 28-point lead, I should say, above them was Most Wanted, but Most Wanted went out early, so that gap is being closed, and they try to make some distance to stop BATSquad from chasing from behind.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to close that gap, but BATSquad also bringing in a decent performance. They're acquiring 8 kills in this last match, but then again, we see the players there from the Liquid Demons coming in with a nice 11 pointers, so definitely we're seeing some good consistency being built up, as we have the players there from Sons of Odin sitting on 4 kills, and as we move down that list, a good static push coming through. But of course, Jody just dominating with the double digits. Absolute brutality as the Niko Defense League. They just held their own throughout this whole match.
Man, like, there's very efficient play. Like, you can see the small rotations to clear one side. Of course, it's about capitalizing on someone's mistakes, you know, to not know that as a weak side, and from clumping from TRG, I believe. But, you know, Jody made the execution, and he's not afraid to make some like small rotations, although he didn't have like no further first aids, to be fair, in the final zone. So it's just the efficiency and the confidence that we've seen, you know, through different tournaments, even in PMPL Arabia when he's playing under Alpha Legends. Like, it's definitely there. And I think coming back to so-called the home region with maybe some like pride on the line as well, he's definitely there and waiting to perform, right? So like, this game was a great example of what he can do, like when he's not being punished, and that will be actually him alongside Cable to have done the most damage to the lobby today.
But that just shows you the efficiency. Remember, Jody brought in 10 kills and only doing 1.5 more than that, right? So 1,000 damage being turned into kills. So only missing out on 1.5 kills with this sheer amount of damage. Absolutely crazy stuff. But you got to give it to Cable as well. The efficiency with the shooting, their quick reactions, just being on the ball on a good, consistent basis. It does really pay off at the end of the day. But I mean, even Euphoria up there as well. We do have Hitman from Conqueror UK alongside Snowboy making it up in it towards our top performers of this match. But now the team comparison, Syrax versus Niko Defense League. I mean, this is looking neck in neck.
This is very close, and I want to see them continue playing this way, but also have teams to say, hey, let's do the same, and they would join that party. Like it would be so nice to see a different map now. Of course, like on Miramar, we talk about how some of these places can be highly punishable, and like to have the pleasure to have seen Jody play right in PMPL Arabia as well. Like that was the map that, if my memory serves me correctly, where he gets the punish kind of the most, like in some small rotations when he's trying to be like aggressive. Like, of course, there's a different caliber of lobby, but this team has definitely been punished before already in PMNC, based on their play style, and they need to now make that same style work. But of course, a little bit of that substitution coming through. Now Will to come in to replace and substitute role, because that can bring a different, style to the team. But seems like aggression will not be something that they're going to compromise.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, this was quite the way to start off the day. Beautiful way to close up our first match. And of course, we're getting ready now to move on through. Next up, we are going to be heading over on towards Miramar. So we're coming in again onto this match with some high expectations. The teams have definitely they are definitely looking to prove themselves in today's games. And man, just looking at the comparison here between Jody and Cable, there's quite a bit to be proven here today.
Yeah, I think it's just very good play from both those players. Of course, sometimes it comes down to your role, like in your team, right? Like Jody's definitely going for some scouting, flanking, and taking those like fragging role as well, like when appropriate. And I think that type of position in relation to his team forced him to go into some 1v2, 1v3 situations occasionally, and he made it work this game. But my impression of Cable from before was that he is a bit of a support player, an overwatching player, and sometimes for being that, like, you have to know exactly your limits. If you get knocked, then your team loses a lot of pressure and control and sightlines on the side. But he definitely delivered as well this game. And as we see, both the placement points and the kill points of Syrax Esports breaking the triple digit this time around, and NDL actually have more kill points than placement, showing how aggressive they are in this lobby. And that distance between them two and the rest of the lobby is getting bigger and bigger. And you know what? Like, Most Wanted is a team that I want to look out for, because the experience definitely there. Not having the full roster every time is definitely doing some hurt to it, but even the side of Conqueror UK have been bouncing back after some rough early days and games. So I believe Most Wanted want to really make a statement there by keeping that position and beyond.
Yeah, but of course, as we've seen, it is going to require quite a bit of work to hold on to that position. The teams definitely can't be slacking off whatsoever. They have to be on top of their game all the way through to that final whistle, that final match. So quite a bit of excitement still ahead for us here, and we do have a little bit of movement and shaking coming in on that leaderboard, but it's mainly happening on the left-hand side, the top 8. So we didn't see much of a change with regards to the teams sitting in the top 8. It's just purely the position of where the teams find themselves in the top 8. But now, as we still have 4 matches left to go, I'm hoping to see the likes of potentially the BATSquad, AK-47, or even the TheUnikKillers moving closer and potentially up into that top 8. But it is going to be a lot of work, though.
I just have a feeling, although I don't want it to happen, but I feel like the teams at the bottom may lack some surprise factor, like compared to the other group. Like, we talk about how close this is, but like in this group compared to Group B. But I think a lot of that competition really comes down to those top 8 teams or top like 10 teams, as those teams that really are lacking some feel, lacking some gas, just seems to like struggle to bounce back from that type of mentality. But you know what? I want to be proved wrong. I think that is where we can make tonight a lot more exciting, DK.
Well, definitely we'll be finding out soon enough whether or not the teams will be proving you wrong, as we now are getting ready to move up into our break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a few minutes with some crazy Miramar action.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021. And of course, we just came back from our first match where we saw the side of Syrax just absolutely bringing in a beautiful, beautiful finish to that match. But now, as we get ready to move up on towards those dusty dunes of Miramar Dozen, I'm expecting to see some pretty hot and heated gameplay come from this.
You know what? I just can't wait any longer. I want to see whether they can continue that type of gameplay, and then to see some of these squads really tuning it up, because let's not forget that this is just for the top 8 to qualify, right? Then it's kind of just back to zero, like blank piece of paper, then we fight from there again. But like, if you're those who are like worried about qualifying, this is where you need to get the spotlight for yourself, because like the observers are amazing. They will give you credit for that, and the points will reflect. And one thing that will definitely reflect is your bank accounts, right? Because once you qualify, you would at least be able to get £450 of that cash prize. So that would be the main goal today, right? You don't need to look good in a way. You just come in, make it count, and then recalibrate, do it again in the final 3 days in our finals, right? So that will be the goal. So I want to see some of these teams finally taking, it's seriously, I should say, it sounds very bad, but some of them just are not hungry enough. They're not so eager in the way that they play. Just be confident, make it sharp, make it concise and precise, make it work.
Yes, sir, Bob. There we have it, right out of the professor's mouth. And now as we get ready to move up into our second match, we can see that flight bot sitting over on towards that northeastern side of the map. But remember, you too at home can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And I gotta say though, Professor Tarzan, 5G is absolutely amazing. The speed you get out of that is just so insane. And I mean, hopefully we have some of the players playing on 5G, it really just helps them with that good consistency with regards to ping and all that. And now as the teams are starting to make their way on down, I'm curious to see where our first initial zone is going to be forming.
Need to make that guess, but like with this playing path though, making certain spots just untouchable for now. When it comes to jumping distance, Chumacera has some very good areas around that city, and that is actually somewhere that you want to go if you want to control at least the northern half, or should I say the top left half of the circle. But this is actually quite insane. DK, because not only do we have many water in this circle at roughly 35%, I should say, it also forced that center circle to go even more southern than Los Leones, and that is just, you don't get that all the time, right? And those hilly areas is where people actually don't have a lot of knowledge about. So whoever loves to study the map to that detail shall be rewarded and shall be able to dominate.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I can tell you that a little bit of a carrot and stick situation coming in here, as they had a fairly decent-ish kind of flight path, but now that zone just flops itself all the way down onto that far, far south. So that region in and of itself already providing a little bit of a challenge for the teams. And I'm curious to see, though, whether or not we're going to have early rotations come through, as we have a big concentration of teams situated up in towards the north. So this is where we look to see now what they kind of are looking towards with priorities, right? Are they going to try and prioritize an early rotation? Because that zone a little bit further down is still wide open for the taking. I mean, Chumacera completely empty completely deserted. There's no one there. And we only see the players from Sons of Odin positioned up in towards Los Leones. So there's a lot of potential for teams to move into some strong compounds already within that zone. And, well, I'm expecting that to happen once we get through this first initial looting phase.
You know what? There's one way that I would play this game, like if I were one of the players, like I used to IGL, so I would actually set up quite, how that main road that heads down towards the southwest from Los Leones, I would actually try to situate at least 2 players along that road and one further towards the slightly eastern side to, get a middle point to get info from there. But that type of split will give you info, over many areas and actually keep your options open if it ever continues to stay on that northern side. But you want to be one of those teams who can hold that very sweet line, to use some dips that can control north, as well as getting, protection from teams who happen to have early rotated along, to that southern coastal line, But, this early game will be a very different thing because that pacing and the timing of that rotation will be able to, force some of these teams into neutral fights, and the ability to take neutral fights are so important. That mental fortitude, we'll talk about that, that area of skill, that quality is so key. Like some people would just get shocked, right? They can just throw them off. You can almost throw your phone away to be, someone's spraying at me, and start to panic, right? And there's the other type of player or people who would feel like, okay, it's go time, right? You spray me, I'm gonna kill you. So that will really, affect how they're going to perform. And sometimes you need one person with the right mindset who knows how to use their voice, and that can make a huge difference. First kill coming through in this lobby will be awarded to Conqueror UK. They've been doing better and better. They haven't really slowed down since them coming back stronger from the day 3.
Yeah, and of course there is still some room for improvement. Wow, I started to mix the 2 words together into one big word, but hey, the players here from Conqueror UK, of course, now quickly just grabbing those vehicles as they need to utilize them to get up in towards zone in a little bit more efficient way. But speaking about efficient, Arena 51 actually bringing in a quick rotation, heading along that eastern coastline, just trying to evade the players there from Syrax as they make their way on through. And meanwhile, as we look up in towards Picado, NDL, the Niko Defense League, they have a decent setup here. I mean, there's no one in the region here to contest them just yet, but that could, of course, change once the teams start coming in with those rotations. And speaking of teams, just a little bit further up the hill, we have AK-47 and Khukuri getting into a bit of a tussle, a bit of a fight there. And Syrax positioned all the way over on towards that northeastern side of the zone. They do have an anchor point already set up just within, but meanwhile, Khukuri and AK-47 are going to try to fight it out to see who's going to be the team to survive and get up into zone.
Yeah, and these are just the fights that I feel like we've seen before. Like Khukuri to be around that part of the map, AK-47 taking fights. It's very hard to predict how it's going to go between these two teams. Of course, AK-47 have been having more success when it comes to the points, but Khukuri did have their moments in this tournament to take down some top teams and taking some points for themselves. Yes, only 20 points, but we should not we should not underestimate them. And the other side of the map is actually getting hotter as well, because that eastern main road is where some teams would want to just go down, because any space in between Los Leones and that main road may not be what they're most familiar with, but we will have finally the opening now on this side, and that is Nachar trying to make hell feel hell at the moment. And Khukuri has had some issues, in the past, is when they have the info on some enemies, but the support comes in a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to try and prioritize on that. But speaking about priorities, we see quite a few teams actually now taking several engagements. In Arena 51, they've drawn themselves closer to the foot squad here, as we can see Translate, of course, now getting knocked out. The rest of the team just hovering around in the vicinity, hovering around in the area. And speaking about hovering around, we can see that lovely code in the bottom left corner. So be sure to grab that code. Go redeem yourself one of the lovely parachutes in, just to help try and support, the PUBG Mobile National Championship. Grab one, make sure you slap it on, And then, of course, you know, you can show it off once you get into one of the matches there. But speaking about matches, I'm curious to see how the players here from Arena 51 are going to handle the situation with the Foot Squad.
And I think the revive would be a wise option only if they know how to provide that cover fire. But there's so many covers from the side of Foot Squad that they can use from the city of Puerto Paraiso, and that is just a bit of a weird skirmish. I think it's fine, right? At the price of one vehicle, you know, to grab that teammate, to use that high ground as a 4v4 landscape advantage, that is something that can happen, right? But like Arena 51 needs to, you know, show more than they've shown in the past 2 weeks, because that honestly we're just pretty horrendous, right? So now along this main road they can maybe get some more cars, and that could also be the case if the side of Foot Squad have not, you know, prioritized vehicles as they, you know, enter this area. And that would be very surprising to me, because that is, I think, to this point, right, that should be the basic of competitive PUBG. Right? And so, like, the other type of test that I want to talk about as well is in that center zone. Right? We will have a little bit less water, is a gentle shift to that eastern side for this phase 2. And Sons of Odin is the team that I want to talk about. They definitely need some momentum when the circle goes over to you. I wonder what they're going to do. Like, which bit of Los Leones are they going to claim, or are they going to use the advantage of being very close to some surrounding landscape to make that, you know, move? But seems like they just spend so much time looting and now need to play very quiet, and silence will actually get the opening knock. Now the support needs to come in there or in their car. That is good maneuver coming from Sons of Odin. Seems like they're quite decisive inside the city that they call home.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a risky play now for the 7 Ravens. Will they be able to contest against the side here of the Sons of Odin, as we Silence is in a beautiful position, but now 7 Ravens, they need to find a way in. They need to try and figure out what is going to work best for them, as Rex gets taken right on down, and it is up to 0 to be the hero now for the 7 Ravens. But will he be able to pull it off, as he is getting rushed, rather? Almost said roasted, but up comes Goated, getting ready to move straight on in. Oh, this is going to be down to the wire for the 7 Ravens. 0 could maybe have 0 chance to get out of this one, but we'll find out as those grenades start flying straight on through. Up comes Sons of Odin, getting quite aggressive. They find the spray, taking almost no damage in exchange. What a way to start it off right here in Los Leones. And now we have 14 teams remaining, and it is still going to be quite a bit of a fight as we see some heavily congested western regions now coming into play.
I still think, right, it's severely underrated, maybe those outskirts of Los Leones, especially on that southwestern side. Like, I've seen so many pro teams in the past, you know, holding those positions and making rotations, and this is good trigger discipline, just tracking the enemies, and Hitman will start to make some shots, and he hits a few. Prada goes down. The third-party pressure is here. So many people not in this skirmish.
Oh, Hitman just obliterating the competition with their hits. But of course, excuse me, are not going to be backing out of this engagement as they quickly look to relocate Albin. Now trying to find a better position. But Hitman looking pretty consistent here with the spray, with the hits, just sending it straight on through. AK-47 also caught up in the mix. A very tough position to be fighting in, but fortunately for the side of AK-47, the team there from Conqueror UK has just relocated a slight bit further off onto the side. But Ghastly now jumping at the opportunity. They are sending the spray across on towards Hero. And now it is up to Ferdan and Hero to make it last. But will they be able to pull it off, those? Once this next zone rotation comes in, they could potentially maybe be in a little bit of a tricky spot.
I think AK-47s should look for some of these so-called open ground and make something less predictable, because if they've been playing so loud in this type of edge position, it's very easy for the next team to, you know, choke them. As you can see, with that amount of gunshots going on, that will be Conqueror UK to the eastern side of that skirmish to really try to make a roadblock, just completely trying to capture every single player coming from that side. But they are also using that, you know, to grab some info to prepare for the next rotation, because it's going to be, I would say, that's a hard shift. You know, going to that eastern side once again with only Los Leones making up of a third, I'd say, of that circle, with so many of those hill like hilly areas from the surroundings. So it's going to be a crazy situation. A lot of teams will be pouring into Los Leones. We will have two types of fights, some long range in the right side or the eastern side of the circle, and a lot of city fights cramping in the city still.
Yeah, and those city fights could definitely bring in its own level of complexity alongside it. But now, Most Wanted just perched up on their high ground. The players here from Syrax still trying to push on through, trying to squeeze on in. They are quite safe in a zone, but of course they're going to be looking to just advance their position. Londa just quickly scouting things out, looking to see whether or not it is going to be worth the push. But also NDL holding up in the vicinity. The Sons of Odin smack dab center zone. It is going to be a pretty tough fight to bring in those kill points. And I mean, we're seeing quite a bit of a convergence now coming into this more centralized region. The players there from TRG direction as well as OMA moving up from the north. But man, Los Leones itself is just looking so tight.
And I think is a great circle to test the team's ability in forming very tactical and appropriate splits, right? And to readjust them appropriately. And because that type of landscape is like, from season 1, you know those hills around Los Leones is like so textbook, and you could see the reason why Syrax was pulling very close to the side of Most Wanted is to scout for one of those positions. So we have many of these options for these teams, but they need to know how to scout for it. They need to know how to claim it. They need to split accordingly, because it's so easy to clump and then forget about your backside upon the next shift, right? You can be in the same, position. They can be in the circle for 3 consecutive zones, but how to play it is completely different based on the nature of those shifts.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to have to try and bring it all together. But now as we move on through, the players here from Arena 51 currently sitting up in towards that 10th place. I'm curious to see what they are going to be bringing on through. They're still in the running to potentially get up towards that 8th spot. But of course, as we can see, they are trailing behind by a few points. And that is going to be where the trouble lies, where the challenge is. It is 17-point difference between 8th place and 10th place, in which we see the players here from AK-47. But now with Syrax up ahead, sitting quite comfortably on 227 points. I don't think they've got too much to worry about just yet. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams are still going to be duking it out, fighting it out. And we did see the players there from Most Wanted now just lighting up that kill feed. They, of course, just a little bit further north from this current position. The zone shifting up once again, staying on towards that eastern side. But I think it's quite fortunate for a lot of these teams that it has now moved out of Los Leones and onto the hills.
And I think Most Want to have one of the strongest positions. Not only can they gatekeep a lot of teams from the city, they also have that high ground position to look towards that center zone. So it will be about that adjustment to the split, to think about when to send 1 or 2 away from this position. And that will be a key to transition this position into a winning situation.
Yeah, and speaking about situations, TRG could find themselves in a little bit of a situation with Most Wanted perched up on that high ground angle. It's going to be quite a bit of a challenge here for TRG to find a successful push back up in towards zone. But of course, they don't need to move that far. They just need to get a little bit closer, as they are so close to the edge. Evil now off in the distance there, getting knocked right on out as 12 and Zephyr come in with a beautiful spray. Of course, now reducing the numbers there from TRG down to only 3. AK-47 also having a bit of a tough time, but the teams are still going to be fighting it out. I'm liking this high ground play from Most Wanted. Yes, they didn't have the best match in the last running, but will they be able now to bring it back up on Miramar?
And I think the most attention that I've been spending on is on the top right there, guys, is looking at those small arrows. How often is Most Wanted keeping an eye towards the center zone so that those spots are still for them to claim, or they can just keep some info in that? That is such an important skill. Seems like they have some awareness in that department, and I'm happy to see that. Now TRG need to use and not the very creative part of the brain to get out of the situation, because it's just so hard. And these skirmishes, you just need to be so careful. Southern side heating up right now.
Yeah, definitely. And it is all now down to Karma to try and bring it home. As we can see the players here from the BATSquad just up ahead. And of course, quite a bit of carnage already erupting on both sides. We do have Khukuri now being having quite a lot of their players knocked right on down. Hunter also now getting reduced to dust. Well, not a Hunter, sorry. One of the other players from BATSquad. But Hunter is the last remaining hopeful here. We do have Andy slowly bleeding out just up ahead. Now this is where it's going to be a pretty tricky position to hold on. We've got the Liquid Demons looking to move up as well. So the South still looking heavily contested and a slight bit congested. But I mean, we can say the same for the rest of the zone. Meanwhile, BATSquad, Andy trying to sneak around up towards Hunter to try and get that res going to bring their numbers back up into fighting form. But they got to be careful. I mean, we do see AK-47 just hovering around in the distance there. Fordan could definitely find a few sprays just to add that extra level of complexity. We see, of course, the players there from TRG getting eliminated as they got caught in a very tough spot in between the side of Conqueror UK and Most Wanted.
I think this shift will be very brutal for some teams anyway, because a lot of them are clumping up because they don't know what it looks like beyond what they can't see. Like that is this how this sort of circle can test them, is bring them to some very far parts. But you see how Most Wanted just using this position so effectively, and they will be blessed by the zone, and this is exactly what they need, and they need to now adjust that split for sure. Some more focus need to be coming in to look at the southern side to clear everyone who's trying to enter, as well as thinking about the next step if that circle actually shift away from them for the next phase. And we still have 41 players, but I think after this one's been close, DK, we will be down to around 28.
Oh man, we see a convergence of teams coming in from all directions. The north is looking tough, the south looking especially tough, and of course, players here from Most Wanted, they're going to be looking to dominate the north. They're spreading out across those hills, looking to get as much information, you know, with regards to the whereabouts of the opposing teams. And we can see now Safe or Saif, or whichever one you want to go for, up ahead, taking a little bit of damage from ads. But it is a pretty tough position, even though we have Syrax all the way down in towards the south. And speaking about tough, the Sons of Odin now facing quite a bit of a challenge here alongside NDL. The Niko Defense League now looking to clear it up. It is up to Abby to try and get the team a rest. Right back on up. Euphoria also now holding on for dear life. And it is going to be such a tough one as Euphoria gets taken right on down. And Wool now being the last remaining hopeful for the side of NDL.
You know what, but he is an experienced player, and it seems like he doesn't have to. He knows the timing for those revives. He will go and challenge. Ooh. That is perfect on that Renot, and that is the timing. That's what experience bring you. If it's just 1 second later, that revive would be not just completed, but will be healed up. So we're down to that 1v1. Will can continue to challenge this, and it's really down to those very small details in these type of CQC.
Yeah, and Will now just moving in, looking to clear out the building. And right up ahead is what is left of Sons of Odin. But fortunately for Sons of Odin, they've been able to sneak out the building. Oh, Goated steps up, puts the shots in, and down goes Will. 7 teams remain to fight it out, right here alongside the players from Liquid Demons. Will they be able to hold on, though? As you can see, Albert from, one of the 2 remaining players there. Trying to send out those grenades. Most Wanted in a beautiful position up on the hill, still looking to dominate it. If they play this one safe, if they play this one well, they could definitely be doing so. As we can see, the rest of the zone, the edge of this whole phase, just jam-packed with players.
And I think this is a very important game for Most Wanted. I want to see them use this position and make it even further. Syrax, though, continue with their dominance, 7 kills right now. But the bounce back is definitely possible from Sons of Odin and Most Wanted. The momentum is there. 8 and 6 kills respectively. This southern side is going to be crazy. 40 seconds before the zone closes. Some of these pressure needs to be removed by some of these teams, knowing how to position. That is going to be Elbert doing it for
Oh, Albert with the jump shot, just coming in, finding the point. What a spray there was, but Ads now trying to pick up his own spray over towards Romy down below. But now displaying these ridge lines, trying to inch their way forward, and Romy picks up the knock with the M249. That is just insane. But of course now Romy not going to back out of this fight just yet. He's still going to continue to push on through Albert right there to reinforce this position alongside him. But will they be able to close it up? The players here from Most Wanted, they've been holding their own pretty good. And now they're going toe-to-toe with, Romy getting taken right on down. It is up to Albert to make the final dash. Will he be able to get it? Just tempting fate right on the edge. Gets the knock on 12, but up comes the finishing blows. What a play. I mean, Hardman just holding his own so well. Closing it up, cleaning up the floor there. And of course, as we head straight on up towards the players here from the TheUnikKillers, keeping a very watchful eye on the players here from Syrax, as they are still to gain entry up in towards zone. OMA position just up on towards the north. There are 4 remaining teams now duking it out, fighting it out for that possession. Man, this zone is just getting hotter and hotter.
You know what? Mistakes being made on that western side. Most Wanted could have made it so much easier for themselves, like not to be, over on those repeats, etc., and think about the zone and strike from different locations. Syrax will try to prove otherwise. They are experienced. They have the rampage. It's down to Londa. He's not afraid to take this fight.
Oh, Londa just dipping, ducking, weaving and waving around. Finds the spray, but down he goes as Anish comes in to punish him. And down they are now. Only 2 teams remain to fight it out. Most Wanted also now getting sent on back. And it is the players here from OMA up against the TheUnikKillers. But OMA have the upper hand. They do have the hard cover advantage. But of course, now we are waiting to see where this next phase is going to be going. Will it move in favor of OMA? Will it move in favor of the TheUnikKillers? It is going to be a pretty tough call, whichever way this cookie crumbles. But of course, now OMA sitting on 2 kills. The TheUnikKillers sitting on 4. The TheUnikKillers really stepping up. And if they finish this final one off well, they could get so much closer to that top 8.
So important. Seems like that separation from the top 7 from the rest of the lobby is just quite significant right now. But there will be so many to contest for that 8th spot, and that is so important. And then you get that reset, you get that cash prize, and now it's down to these moments. 3v3 right now. Both will have some decent access to the circle. There's dips for the side of the TheUnikKillers, and the OMA will be able to use the high ground with that compound. It will be about those outplay. It will be about the repeaks. It will be about small rotations coming through, and a lot of mechanics and skills.
Oh, 3v3 fight for that winner chicken dinner. The TheUnikKillers holding on as that zone has shifted up, continued over on towards the western front now, slightly making it difficult for the TheUnikKillers as they now need to get closer up on towards OMA. I mean, OMA, they can just hold on to the compound. There's no apparent need for them to move up, but quick reactions coming in from Anish as he sends the spray up over towards Supreme. The blue zone is now starting to close on in. The TheUnikKillers trying to wrap around that southern edge. But I'm liking this position coming in from Anish, keeping a very watchful eye, not wanting to have any openings come in for his team. But of course, now with Vish just up in the window, he's going to be looking to send those M24 sprays straight on in. Well, not even bothering with the M24, goes straight for the Scar L. It is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, though. That blue zone is making its way in. We do have Whiplash position just up ahead. So a good setup coming in for them. So you can see Whiplash now just ripping up into Vulcan. Joker quickly trying to get that res in. Whiplash now getting ready to rush. Will he be able to find the sprays? Will Joker take him down? Yes, Joker finds the hit. Now it is up to the rest of the team from OMA to get out of blue zone danger and right back up into safety. It is going to be an absolute showdown, a 2v2 fight to the finish. Anish and Joker still have Vulcan in. Down goes Vulcan, though. Will Anish now be able to make this one count? Everything is riding on this final push.
Nice.
This final play finds one. Come on. Supreme up on the roof. Will he get the angle? M249 spray for the finish. Down he goes. And what a way to close it out.
You know what? I think what Anish did there was actually incredibly well played. Like he used that side angle, that off angle was great to create distraction and opening for his teammates to rotate in, then just play from cover to cover, from dip, rock to drop to dip. But it was just so close. He almost made it work. That ridgeline was not enough to protect after all against the high ground from that roof, but that was such an important game for both of those teams. You know, just coming in stronger, forcing some of these other teams to say, you know what, that final spot is ours.
And I gotta say, this match has just been so balanced, looking at the players and how they've handled themselves. We did not see any team really pushing up in towards those double-digit kills. It just shows you the sheer level of competition we have going on here, and we've been seeing play after play, shot after shot, just being almost so textbook. And I mean, goated with that finish up onto wall was just absolutely phenomenal. The jump shots are just insane. Gotta say, this was a very exciting Miramar match.
You know what, like, I still can't knock over. I think, like, Most Wanted threw away a game that they could win. Like, the time to peak or repeat, even if you do, is how to. I mean, I gave, adds a lot of credit for how he played. I think that's one small thing that put a lot of pressure onto his team when they could, strike from a different time at a different position using the advantage and the momentum that they gained. But nonetheless, a very important game for them to really bounce themselves back away from that, 8th seed. So that is a great, bounce for them as well. 19 points for them. OMA taking 20. Pretty even game so far, and to our surprise, India out 10th. Like, that is just 2 points for them. It's crazy, the crazy difference compared to before in all their best games. And I think it's about those small skirmish. Like, how do you want to clear those buildings? Can you really find the difference between over aggression and disrespectful play in the style that they've been playing in this tournament? Trying to sweep through Los Leones, it takes more than just raw skill.
Yeah, it does not only take raw skill, but it does take that awareness. And there's so many parts, so many ingredients to make up that perfect recipe. And well, one of those things, of course, being aggression. Albert really stepping it up there, bringing in a beautiful 5-kill finish. Gable coming in with 4. Sons of Odin Silence bringing in 4 as well. CR7 finishing off on 3 kills. We've got the Supreme finishing up on 3 as well. Hardman bringing in 3 adds, and Karma also right there with 3 kills and 2 kills respectively. But I gotta say though, moving up in towards the damage, it is not as crazy as we saw in that first match. But as I've pointed out, it just shows you how balanced this lobby is with the level of skill coming in from so many teams.
Yes, I think I absolutely love this group, like, based on how the so-called, top 7 or 8 teams play. Like, they add so much mind game into it, and there's so many chances where they can punish each other from some small mistakes, and the other side just don't give them that. And that is the chess game that we talk about, the higher level, like, we move in this game, in this esport. And that you can see, like, Most Wanted, unfortunately didn't make it through as far as we want them to, but it's really far enough to make a statement that, like, 19-point game with a lot of damage, like, from their position as well. They definitely use that, but it's now the chance for them to find a way to, how should I say this, create that situation for themselves again, right? So we've got 3 home maps, 1 match on each map, and that's it, right? So for some of these teams, that will be GG. Like, that's it. We need to see them another time, but the rest will be able to still use those thoughts, use those experience, and bring it to the later stage of this tournament.
And I mean, this was an important match for both TeamOMA and Most Wanted, because we saw them sitting side by side on that leaderboard. So both teams are fighting to secure their position in that top 8. And with OMA bringing in a nice 20-pointer and Most Wanted bringing in a 19-pointer, they are just making it that much more harder for any of the teams over on towards the right-hand side of the leaderboard to really, contest them for that position. I think at the current moment, it's still pretty much neck and neck with the players from BATSquad, AK-47, as well as the TheUnikKillers. We can see the TheUnikKillers, of course, now just swapping places there with AK-47, but it's just going to be so much hard work for the players of BATSquad to catch up now to TeamOMA, because now they've increased their lead all the way up to what's that, 25 points. So that is still a considerable amount of points, but it's only 1 decent game away. And of course, the next match up is going to be Sanok, a map that allows for a little bit more aggressive gameplay, but the players will also get punished a lot more if they make any mistakes.
Yes, I just can't wait, for this Sandhawk map. Like, there's so many the predictions that we can make based on maybe the drops, but more importantly is how they may change things up. Like the fact that Courage Esports yesterday tried to do so many different things, trying to punish teams, really surprise them and punish these teams for not having a plan B, like relying on all those matches from before and say no one will drop on us and proving them wrong. So that surprise factor is something that they can use to come in like desperate measures in the final day of tournaments that can really throw off the mental of your enemies. So it's not just raw skill, it's also mind game. So I want to see more of that type of play in our region.
Well, of course, we're going to be seeing the teams rumble it out in the jungle right after the break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back with some lovely Sandhawk action.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. It's time for rising stars to shine. Show their skills, win a pile of cash, and become the pride of our country. We are proudly presenting the tournament the United Kingdom has been waiting for. PUBG Mobile National Championship returns with a prize pool of £22,000. The tournament consists of 3 stages through June to August. Open qualifiers were held from June 4th to 11th, where all the registered teams put their skill to a test in order to get to the next stage. 32 best teams that will survive this massacre will move to the group stage, which will be divided in 2 groups and take place from 5th to 8th and from 12th to 15th of August. 16 teams that will get the highest standings during the group stage will proceed to the final stage. Here it comes, the finals. They will be held from 20th to 22nd of August. Mark these dates because they will make history of PUBG Mobile in the United Kingdom. Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes, £22,000. Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021. And of course we had our first match, so insane. Moving into that second one, just building it up. And now as we get ready to move up into our third match, we are going to be heading straight up in towards Sanhok to see what the teams have in store for us. And so far, I mean, Tarzan, it has been an absolutely exciting day with action.
I think it's exactly what we want to see, right? Some of the teams to show their usual style, to play confidently still, and carry that over to the game 2, although it didn't quite work out for some of these teams. Some other teams showed up, and that is just a great situation. We want to see the best from every team and every player, and we may get to see even more because we've got 3 more matches, and soon we will need all those mats, and bring out your calculators, get all the data in, because every single point can count. Right now it will be about that 8th spot. Honestly, it's a bit of a gap between the 8th and the 7th and above. I think it's also very expected and predictable based on how these teams played, and those points really explain the skill level difference, maybe, as well as experience. But we will have to jump onto Sanhok, and I believe we want a very seamless game right here.
Well, we'll definitely be looking for a seamless game, and one way that you at home can experience a super fast, lag-free, seamless PUBG Mobile experience is on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And now as we move up into our third match of the day, our third to last match as well, we look to see where the teams are going to try and drop up into. We did have a slightly more northern flight path, but as we know, on Sanhok, the flight path doesn't play such a big role for those teams to get into those good positions.
You know what is a repeated theme right now? The Northwestern Island, I should say, for Sanhok in this group A, just love that part, right? And we had the side of NDL actually joining that side I believe in day 1, if I'm not tripping. I'm not sure, but it's still extremely packed. 4 teams to go into that type of landscape when there is a good chunk, maybe a third of it covered, by these mountains. We are waiting for that phase 1 circle to see how it's going to work. Seems like some of these teams know and did their homework and know that these compounds should be clear. We are confidently splitting to increase the efficiency of that looting phase, and we are going to wait. It seems like it's just a nice distribution across, and sometimes you get a little bit more chaos in the early game when people haven't done the homework or someone's intentionally trying to disrupt it.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a very satisfying spread we see with the teams up in towards Sanhok. It's not often whether we see, such a good distribution all across the map, and all of these regions now definitely just getting utilized. But with that zone now shifting up in towards the south, this is where we look to see how the teams are going to be able to control this region. I mean, looking at the players there from the BATSquad, for instance, they are quite spread out and quite split up over on towards this more western side of the zone. But right in between them, we have the players here from Syrax. So it's definitely going to be a difficult play for the players there from BATSquad if they choose to rotate through by none.
And I think it's very interesting to see a Binance drop. I tried to coach some teams who tried to play this one. It's actually incredibly hard if you keep going there and people want to hunt you down. And Syrax would be one of those teams that may have a target on their back just because of their performance. Someone want to stop that momentum. They want to make them doubt themselves when they play like they have none, right? So that will be one thing. But secondly, that plays on really put a lot of pressure on those teams that have dropped on the north Western Island. And I think those teams want to get over to that trifecta combat as soon as possible to fight in, a good spot that is actually in the zone. We may see a lot of neutral fights and a lot of weird skirmishes, and those crosses that come through from those teams will be very interesting. Do they cross the Hartin Bridge first, or they will head down south before making their way into the zone?
It's definitely going to be an interesting one to see, but of course, no surprise that we saw Sid there from the FUTSquad getting knocked out. He was quite separated from the rest of the team, but we still see a little bit of separation come in for the side of the FUTSquad. So I'm curious to see if they're going to try or potentially attempt to condense that split and bring themselves just a little bit closer together. Meanwhile, Syrax just scouting it out, looking to see if anyone is going to try and come rescue dear old Sid off in the distance. The answer is no, and off they go. Sid getting sent right on back up into the lobby. But even though we have the teams so well spread out, we're not really seeing the teams getting too up close and personal just yet. Yes, we do have a little bit of a development coming in on towards that northwestern side, as we do have the players here from Khukuri alongside the team from the Conqueror UK. But again, it is not an overly aggressive placement, positioning. The teams are close, but they're just showing a little bit of trigger discipline. We do have Smoke and his teammate now just holding the space there. Karma right there alongside him, hoping to see whether or not they need to get into a fight or if they can afford to just hang around a little while longer, waiting for the players here from Conqueror UK to disengage and move elsewhere. And of course, we can see that is exactly what's happening. Conqueror UK now getting ready to push up in towards the zone, but right up ahead of them is Syrax, positioned not too far away over in towards Spy now. So they got to be careful with just how far they decide to push through. And over in towards Camp Charlie, we can see the team here from Sons of Odin just going about their business, getting their loot ready. But they've already sent one of their players a little bit further up ahead to go scout things out over in towards that cave region, and that is Silence. So a good strat there from them. Of course, they need to still be careful. So many teams spread out throughout the map. At any point in time, they could potentially bump into each other.
Yeah, and I think it was great that Conqueror UK made that rotation early and say, you know what, we're not going to fight here. We're going to fight somewhere where that blue zone is not even going to tickle me, right? So I think those mentality are important. Just don't make that move now to beat one team, be in position to have an advantage over many teams. And that is something that we love to see. TRG, we almost forgotten about this team. They are still actually holding strong, right? And that's something that we love to see, because we did say out of all the top 7 teams, they were the one that we didn't quite know of, we haven't heard of, but the plays are showing up, and that is what we want to see. New stars, new players. Can't call them stars yet, I'm going to take that back, but potential is there, right? And we want to see it more, and we will need to see how these teams are making these rotations. We're seeing more and more these 1-3 splits that have a very good reason, right? That we can see the rationale behind it to say, you know what, we'll send them over so that we can cross easily. Sons of Odin did exactly that. More teams to have these mentality coming through. The scene is growing, and maybe the UK will be blooming, and Lakawi here is looking interesting. The TheUnikKillers should know how it's looked like on the side of the map, because we know there will be teams funneling in from Mong9 and Camp Bravo, and the Camp Bravo team will be most wanted themselves, and the TheUnikKillers actually aren't in position to take possession of some of these key spots.
Yeah, it's quite interesting also to see those vehicle rotations come in. It's not a thing we see too often on the Sandhawk map. And now, speaking about interesting, we're also moving up towards Syrax, and the players here from Conqueror UK were potentially bound to get into a little bit of an engagement over on towards that far northwestern side. But looking towards the more centralized region, just north of Quarry, we can see the players here from Arena 51 and the Niko Defense League right here, side by side, almost cheek by cheek. Of course, now this is going to be an important positional play for the players here from Arena 51. They are currently sitting up in 11th place with 99 points on the board, and any additional points they can try and find to get closer to that top 8 will be absolutely essential for them. But of course, NDL, they've been showing quite a bit of aggression. The same can, of course, be said for the side of Syrax. The players from Conqueror UK, they are comfortable within that top 8, but they still need to be careful, because Syrax, I don't think they're going to be backing down anytime soon. And of course, there we go. Londa gets right down to business, finds the spray straight on through, and starts the engagement here with Conqueror UK.
And you know what? Like, I'm going to be a bit harsh. I feel like there could be a different time that London want to strike and would just bait the whole team into an even worse position. But no problem. They've got the split here. Cable almost full, and he will get the heal off, but London won't have that chance. Seth here will need to move into position to apply pressure when is needed. That flank will be so important, but the rest of the team is also there to deliver. Cable makes a count, but will fall. It's going to be quite equal for now.
Oh, and of course now Syrax sitting in a bit of a 2-1 split in this position, and they have already lost Londa in the exchange, but will Safe now be able to move on in? We're going to find out in a quick few moments. But of course, don't forget about the code. It is right there on the bottom left of the screen. So if you are supporting either of these two teams, be it the players from Syrax or Conqueror UK, go redeem your code in support of them. Be sure to go open your browser, search for PUBG Mobile, code redeem, follow the instructions, and get yourself one of these lovely parachutes. But meanwhile, Syrax now facing quite a bit of a challenge here as Conqueror UK comes rushing on in. One death being sent right to his death right then and there. Now it is up to Hetman and Co to make this rush to try and close it up. But fortunately for Syrax, Hype has repositioned elsewhere. He's a little bit further down the map, down on towards that more southern position. A little bit of a risky split though, but of course Syrax, they're quite comfortable in these difficult positions. And now we're going to look to see just how they'll be able to handle themselves as Cable now gets sent right on through.
You know what? This game is extremely interesting. I love to see how Safe's been playing, just very aggressive, but he needs to deliver even more. This team, I will talk about it later, but Safe just challenging it again and again. Where is the support any? Way too far. I think he may need to think about this again. And you know what? There's a chance to reset. They may really want to do that, and look at how close this is. I cannot believe it. I thought it would be so one-sided, but Arena 51 took a good fight, and that will actually be South NDL getting a decent reset to back up to 3 players at least.
Yeah, at least Arena 51 finished off with 1 kill on the board. So not the most ideal position to go out in, but of course, oh, they still finish off with a point on the board, so yeah, nothing too bad. But now we got to look to see what the side of Syrax will be doing. They do have a little bit of a condensation coming through here. As we can see, the Hype has decided to join back on in as they continue to push up towards the players here from Conqueror UK. Hitman and Dinaka going to try and hold on to the high ground. Hype and his teammate now just going to try and push on through, and Safe, whichever way you want to claim it, it is going to be still a little bit of a challenge. I mean, as I've said before, Syrax, they are quite comfortable in these difficult positions. But they don't have too much to worry about. They can afford to not have a good run in one of these matches. But if we look to the side here of the players from Conqueror UK, they are not out of the woods just yet. Oh, here we go. Dinaka now coming in with a quick bit of a spray, trying to push Syrax further down the hill.
You know what? This is taking too long now, but it's going to be so tricky. Hype not quite making it work. Noting his weak side, not looking behind as well, not respecting that come into support. Don't know that he will have limited escape plans, and that will be Denoka now taking on the 2v1. This will be Syrax for maybe just trying to strike it in the wrong time, in the wrong way, and now that will be actually stabbing themselves in the foot.
Oh, speaking about foot stabbing, the TheUnikKillers and the 7 Ravens, of course, now going at it all the way over in towards Langkawi. So while we wait for the action to happen between Syrax and Conqueror UK, you can see down on that bottom right-hand side. Oh, Hitman with the grenade, closing it up for Syrax. And now we jump straight into the action. The TheUnikKillers and 7 Ravens trying to hold up on that far eastern side of the map. But of course, 7 Ravens, they've been reduced down to only Rex. So it is going to be a pretty tough call. But we see the players there from the foot squad rotating up right alongside Sons of Odin towards that cave region. And now Silence in a beautiful position sends the spray through right over on towards Hunter. But will he be able to close it in? Sons of Odin, will they make this one work? They are still also now fighting to just secure that position. They are currently sitting up in 4th place, 167 points to their name. But the BATSquad, they are trying to get up into that top 8. So if they can find the opening in towards Sons of Odin here, it could be quite the golden play for them.
You know what? We keep having suboptimal trigger discipline like that. So many chances that they can have taken in a different way, but you know what? Khukuri will not have a good time. Almost showing up better today. You know, has some decent games. And one player to note is definitely Whiplash. Like we see him in the kill feed all the time as he challenge and Prince will fall. We are down to 2 players now in the cars. Not soon enough and not quick enough to cover. Actually, they were just dipping already. Like when that fight's breaking out. So there's so much for Khukuri to think about, but they are just looping around in the top now coming in. I am going to say no, and that is just a little bit weird to me at this point.
Now, of course, the tuk-tuk being one of the fastest vehicles in the game, just traveling at sub-Mach 1 speeds, and up it comes Karma now trying to quickly deploy the smokes, but unfortunately that vehicle explosion doesn't really work out for Karma. Now it is up to Smoke alongside the Smoke to try and hold on, going for a little bit more of an arboreal approach in this hard cover play here. Whiplash, of course, as we pointed out, being so aggressive already, now trying to get down to business, trying to smoke the smoke out of the smoke. But man, it is going to be quite a bit of a challenge.
Man, like, I just sometimes love the puns coming out of the names, especially from this team. Like Smoke, you've got Calm, Prince, hell, everything you can make a pun out of, right? So I just gotta love that. Now Smoke really is using. That is a good use of the smoke. I have to say that there's still a way to maneuver through this map and still out-survive some of these teams. You just need to have happy feet, quick feet, and wait till OMA say, you know what, this is not worth it. Just to have 4 to be in the blue zone, that's causing us too much resources, and they should now start and move in. And that will actually be Sons of Odin continuing their split as well, and now with the big split, CR7 with a good spot to try to choke the side of BATSquad, and I love that maneuver coming from this squad. They just now, with that split, with that circle going to Quarry, they need to think when to give up on this.
Yeah, definitely a good amount of coverage coming in here from Sons of Odin, and BATSquad, they're going to have a little bit of an uphill fight to secure that position, but Silence with the off-angle spray comes on through, finds a little bit of damage, not getting the knock just yet, but Andy with a quick response though, sends it straight on through, and Abi now just up top, cooking up the grenade, looking to send it down. A nice little delivery coming in for the BATSquad. It finds a little bit of damage. Unfortunately, not closing it up just yet, but Goated and CR7 also just hanging around. But here we go. Andy comes up once again. Oh, 2v1 exchange. Down goes Andy. Down goes... Oh, the players now from the BATSquad getting reduced to dust as Hunter himself also now falls down and is up to Ash to hold on through. But man, this is going to be a super tough play. Ash quickly just repositioning further up the hill. Good call. Good play, but now we do still have Abby in the vicinity, and it is a 1v1. Oh, beautiful disengage from Ash, using the opportunity. Man, that was beautiful. That was golden. Not getting too desperate there. Instead, focusing on that position within the zone. Like, you got to respect that call from Ash. That was really good.
I think is pretty decisive. Like, I think that is good thinking. You know, it's so easy to think, hey, you know what, like, I need to take that time to wrap around and fight. Like that would be one approach, but like when you allow someone to respond to you from TPP, it won't be ever easy. Prada would say what's easy is using the high ground to spray down with the buff on 45, and that is them fighting outside of the zone actually, but it's incredibly juicy, and that is the problem by rotating out of Painan when you just didn't find the correct window, and now it would be a little bit of a choked situation, but excuse me, themselves have to move into the zone towards Quarry.
Oh, yeah, excuse me, are going to be looking to choke the Liquid Demons right here, and it is going to be quite a bit of a fight for the Liquid Demons to push on through, but you can see Virus and no Morzy just sending out those grenades, sending out those utilities, trying to blaze a path back up in towards the zone, but they have quite a bit of ground to cover to get that secure entry point, and of course, excuse me, I'm not going to let them slide just yet. Prada quickly repositioning up onto the rock. And now this is where we'll see the players from the Liquid Demons getting put to the test. All their strategies getting tested as Say Yes gets taken right on down by Romy. A quick knock and dash I like that. Just hit them and run away. Just reposition a little bit closer to that zone. Every little bit, just trickling themselves closer and closer. But of course, it is the third phase blue zone. It is doing a little bit more damage. So Prada and the rest of the team here from Excuse Me can't afford to spend too much time in the blue. Divine and the rest of the players here from Liquid Demons, they got to try and find a way to escape the pressure and get back on in there. Of course, pushing in from this western edge. You can see Prada looking so excited to make it up into zone, just jumping with joy. But looking at the rest of the teams and where they are positioned, it is looking fairly decent once again.
Cool.
TRG up in towards the north there alongside the players from Conqueror. A good position to be in, as we can see Hitman now just looking to move on through, but that zone has shifted all the way down, right up in towards Quarry. And this is where the zone is going to get so interesting.
You know what? We get 2 quarry finishes in 3 games. I can't ask for more. This is actually my drop shot as well back in the days. And you know, this is a sweet time for those teams who use vehicles, for those that has one, to really crash into some compounds, claim those spots, and then it's just farm fest. Like, there's so many key compounds around Quarry. If you know how to use it, you'll be in good hands. You have so much control, and right now this is the type of fight that you don't want to have. But you know what, Excuse Me is confident, but they might be a little bit overconfident in this situation, not able to catch all capitalize on the pressure that applied to Liquid Demons earlier, and now really stepping themselves in the foot once again. And OMA on the other side wants to join the party, and Say Yes will be down to himself and Divine.
Oh yeah, OMA feeling a little bit left out of this fight, getting ready to move straight on in as Vish and Supreme start lining up. We do have Jay-Z and Whiplash also just hovering on the edge of that zone, keeping a very watchful eye towards the players there from the Liquid Demons. But of course, Excuse Me, they've now used this opportunity to reposition themselves and secure themselves an angle closer towards Quarry. So it is still going to be quite a bit of a fight, as we can see now. The heads come straight on through. Hitman gets knocked right on down. And now NDL looking to push on in. It is up to the Nachar to hold on for the side here of Conqueror UK. Down goes Jaja. As they're actually getting saved by the side of Conqueror. Excuse me. Wow. I mean, Conqueror UK, they have to just thank anything and everything they can that they have just been saved by this rush coming in from NDL. But of course, NDL sitting with one remaining hopeful. 2 of the 3 players getting knocked right on down. And this could be some easy claps actually now for the side of Conqueror UK.
I don't think they know that the pushing players are not, though, and that is the problem. But with that little bit of maneuver, that will be the case. I think the fact that Molly finished one of the kills have pretty much said that. So good response from Conqueror, not too reserved when they could take a chance. And NDL down to 2 players will need to rotate through the other side, but they will have proximity to the main chorus if the circle ever ends there.
Oh, and of course now with 7, or rather 10 teams remaining in the lobby, it is going to still be quite a bit of a fight. The players here from Conqueror UK are going to try and close that one up. OMA, meanwhile, focusing their efforts onto the players there from Excuse Me, who we see just up ahead. But looking at the zone, Most Wanted actually coming in with a bit of a wraparound approach back up on towards that eastern front, rather. The players there from the TheUnikKillers are just following hard on their heels, with the zone now shifting up once again further on towards that northeastern side. TRG are looking pretty golden as they have themselves set up in towards the north and now look to strengthen their position up in towards those compounds. And this is going to be absolutely crucial for the success of the teams in such a close map. I mean, just looking at the sheer numbers of players we still have remaining, that of course being 25, every position will count.
And you know what? Like, TRG just play 1-3 with one on the eastern side of the road to play really stealthy, get info on footsteps, and clear everything out to the east of that side. And that compound, although it's on edge, is just so strong. The high ground upon these other stuff, other locations of the map, just really crucial. I think TRG can propel themselves up the leaderboard just based on this position. The zones given to them, they now need to know how to farm with it, but the area of control actually would just be the northern half of this circle, though, because like the other side of that quarry can still be the shelter of many of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, oh, the sprays are not going to be stopping anytime soon. As we can see, Albert here from Excuse Me getting ready to move straight on in. Of course, now just moving themselves up ever so slightly, but Albert now getting caught out in the blue zone. He needs to try and find a way in, trying to get ahead, but the Niko Defense League as well as the Liquid Demons both now get eliminated. We've been reduced down to 6 teams as Excuse Me also now bite the dust. 6 teams left to fight it out. And of course, the players from Conqueror UK, they are really looking to hold on to their position. Oh, OMA also going to put up quite a bit of a fight. They're still looking to secure that 8th slot. But now, any effort they can try to bring in to get the job done is going to be absolutely essential. Hitman also not going to be backing out just yet. Finds a little bit of a cheeky spray up into the side of OMA. Oh, down goes Jay-Z. Now will Whiplash and the rest of the team be able to secure the position? They, of course, are caught down in towards that quarry, that lower ground possession. It is going to be quite a tough one to get out of, looking at where the zone has sent it up. And now, of course, it moves right back over on towards the west, quite in favor of Conqueror UK. But, of course, TRG, you see them positioned up in towards a more northern angle, so they could quite easily just casually rotate through and actually sneak up right behind the Hitman. Meanwhile, we do have the players there from AK-47 all the way down in towards that southern edge of the zone, still having to move on through. Sons of Odin's right there up ahead of them. So, our final 6 teams facing a little bit of a challenge.
You know what? Important game for AK-47. They can actually chase back, and that's also important for OMA, because if they secure that spot, not only can they really get a huge lead compared to the teams who are trying to take away their spot, they can even bounce themselves back up, even further up, I should say, that leaderboard. And they made it into that dip, that crawl into that dip. It's saved their whole team. They got the reset, and now TRG forced out of the compound, but they made it work. Now this cross can be incredibly hard for them. They just need to have a good split and have good task delegation.
Well, TRG, they are going to be looking to take dominating control of the zone as Silence now gets silent. And of course, down goes the Sons of Odin, getting smacked with those hammers. But the TheUnikKillers now just sneaking up from the eastern side. Joker inching his way in, gets spotted out, and down he goes. Of course, now TRG looking to hold on. OMA just right there alongside them. 2 of our 3 finishing teams looking to make that final play. Hitman, of course, for the side of Conqueror UK, coming in all the way from that far western edge. Quite a bit of ground to cover. He could just wait for these 2 remaining teams up ahead, the 2 full squads, to duke it out and reduce their own numbers. Of course, OMA, they are trying to get in. They are trying to make it work. TRG, Evil Devil, rather, getting hit by a beautiful grenade that just got sent on through. Rattle quickly sneaking up behind the rocks. Is he going to look to rattle the cage, or will he just hold on for dear life? This is down to the wire once again. Hitman now engaging stealth mode as he sneaks his way back up in towards the zone. Whiplash right there, part of the welcoming committee, waiting for him. Oh, spots his foot. Down he goes. That's all you need to eliminate a Hitman. Just get him in the foot. And of course, now TRG and OMA are still going to be duking it out, fighting it to the finish for that winner chicken dinner. It is a squad v squad, a 4v4 play.
Welcome to the top 8, both these teams. Look at OMA with 12 bloody kills. Like, this is going to be getting personal. This is going to be crazy. It'll be down to those nades. It will be about the tactical small splits. It will be about taking away those backpacks. It will be about those knocks coming through. That will be OMA to strike first in this 4v4.
Oh, here we go. Jay-Z coming up with a quick bit of a rush here. Will he be able to close it out? Uzi in hand. No, he gets taken on down. It is up to Whiplash. Oh, down they go. TRG direction come in with the winner chicken dinner. Absolutely insane finish, but what a push that was coming in from OMA.
You know what? There's so much that I want to talk about in that game, right? Let's start with the last bit. There's so many things when it comes to angles, using of utility, and synchronized push to apply pressure, that we can learn from in that last fight. So if you are interested in learning the game, go back and watch, slow it down to at least half, and find out this out of sync timing and the push coming from OMA to give away one of the biggest wins in the lobby, right? And secondly, let's talk about trigger discipline, right? I think there's two questions that you really need to ask, and think about this fight as well between Syrax. Also think about Sons of Odin, right? So there's a few situations here where the lack of trigger discipline really hurt these teams. Is either about, okay, let's talk about those two questions first. One, what may I lose if I do this now? And two, what can I gain if I stop myself from doing this now? In one word, that Syrax fight was not good because they did not wait till the enemy team to get into an unresettable position. You hear me, guys? It was resettable if Conqueror UK got knocked there. But that was Londa to strike first and Conqueror stayed there to reset with relative high ground. And we see that time and time again in this game when people just strike at the suboptimal time and just give others, you know, that chance, and you just lose players as well. And so this will be the theme. Those are the two guiding questions. I will talk about it again sometime, but please try to digest that because we are seeing this as a trend that we don't want to have. And that skill is very hard to master, but extremely vital.
Well, speaking about vital, TeamOMA coming in with some vital points there. 12 kills, 12 placement points, putting them on a very comfortable 24-point finish. And of course, DRG Direction coming in with a winner chicken dinner. 10 kills on the board. Beautiful way to close up the Sanok map. But Conqueror UK coming in with a nice 17-pointer there. 7 kills. What a way to go. Was the team there from the TheUnikKillers coming in with a nice 5 points on the board. But now as we move in to see who our kill leaders are, we can see it is, of course, Evil from TRG Direction sitting on 5, sharing the spot there with Hitman from Conqueror UK. And this has been a very important fight for a lot of these teams looking to secure those positions. And we can see the efforts being brought in there from the TheUnikKillers with Joker sharing that 5th position. 3 kills on the board with the players there from TeamOMA, TRG Direction, as well as Sons of Odin, that being goated, Insect, as well as the Supreme. So some really interesting plays coming in. But of course, TeamOMA showing up very strongly in this last match. As we can see, Jay-Z and Whiplash also sitting quite comfortably up in that 3rd slot, sitting on 4 kills apiece. But now as we move up into the damage, Hitman just leading the back there with 749 damage.
And that was Hitman making it work. I think they kept fighting when they couldn't run away from a fight, but to transition that into, you know, time aggression and time rotation as a solo as well, that was extremely important. But what an important game for OMA. I'm so gutted watching them lose that last fight. I think the landscape would really predict part of it, but that lack of utility towards the end, or just being so close to having a big game that really lead to them eventually choke, if we do, if that's one way to see it, that was incredibly unfortunate. But what an important game. Like, that is almost dominating. Like, we haven't seen this TeamOMA so far, but they delivered when it mattered. Like, now that top 8 spots will be quite, you know, saturated. I feel like there's not a lot of chance to change. I may be wrong. I want to be wrong, but TeamOMA, we have to give them the credit from this game.
Yeah, and I mean, they really just got down to business. Look at that. Over 2,000 damage being brought in just this last match. 24 points at 12 kills. 12 placement points. A really strong push coming in from them. But of course, you know, mistakes have been made, but it is the way it is. The match is done. We can't change anything about that. And now the teams just have to try and fix that as they move into our 2 final remaining matches. But I gotta say though, the teams up in the top 8, they are really starting to separate themselves from the rest of the teams. Just look at this. I mean, Most Wanted sitting on 150 points up in that 8th position. And then, of course, we look over towards the players there from the TheUnikKillers sitting on 117. So that is a 37-point difference. Oh, sorry, 33-point difference. My math is failing me here today, but the TheUnikKillers, they have to bring in 2 absolutely phenomenal games if they want to get up into that top 8.
You know what? It's just going to be quite working hard, but they've got 30 points so far today, and that is also 11 points from BATSquad. So some of these teams have not gotten out of that headspace yet. Like, we want them to evolve, we want them to transcend, and it's now or never. And I'd say I want to see Arena 51 to do well for once. You know, like in the past, I don't know, like 10 games plus, like they have been struggling, and 2 points so far today only after a single digit day 3. You know what, like I think it's on the table, but I also have this feeling that this might just be it, you know. And once again, I want to be wrong. I really, really want to be wrong, because that just means more surprises. That means people defying, you know, like people's expectations. They go against the naysayers and all that stuff. And that is the beauty of the scene. And that was literally shown like through yesterday's play. And people just fight till that last skirmish, and it was still not decided yet. So 2 more games to go. Let's make it spicy.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021. We of course now already been through 3 matches in which we saw the teams just bringing up absolute brutality. And now we're getting ready to move up into our 4th match right here on the lovely dusty dunes of Miramar. And of course, remember, the viewers at home, you too can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And as we look up onto our flight paths, and we can see it situated a little bit more over on towards that northwestern side. So a slight bit of a change up as to what we had in our first visit towards Miramar today. But I'm curious to see where the teams are going to go.
I think it's going to be quite nice, like for a lot of these teams. I think great, distance from a lot of city. Like for those who find it slightly out of reach, they will find themselves not facing a lot of competition along certain main roads, because if you just draw the line and you understand what I said, I kind of spoke about this before in this tournament's broadcast as well. There's certain lines that come this way on Miramar that exactly open up the map and give a lot of teams breathing space, unless you want to go to Impala, the small islands on the bottom right, or Puerto Perizo. So we have a lot of love historically in this group that goes to the eastern side, basically on every map, right? So give us some love on the southern side, and OMA's heading towards Chumacera, I think, and I think that's great. A great city, and they've been, giving a lot of success to teams who would just loot up quick, know how to play it initially if someone drops with them, and rotate to the church, and many easy access to many power positions.
And once again, that zone is shifting all the way down in towards the south. But I mean, before we even worry about the south, we need to look over towards El Paso, as it is already a highly contested position. We've got the players there from the TheUnikKillers, as well as the team of Khukuri. And we've got another team dropping right there alongside them. So already right out of the gate, it is going to be a pretty contested spot. But also, just on that outlying region of Pochinki itself, so we can see Most Wanted 12 now just ducking and weaving the shots coming through there from the Niko Defense League. And it is going to be a pretty tough start for a few of these teams,
especially when they're only playing this as a trio. I mean, just struggling based on that setup alone, and that will also be just a natural, phenomenon when it comes to wanting to land further from that plane path, and having some teams just easily landing on roofs and looking at you, and you think you can go further, right? Sometimes, but flying past something and hitting the hill would be one of the most heartbreaking things. And 12 will try to get into vehicle. I think he is still receiving some damage, so the rest of Most Wanted will need to find a way to support this, or just make sure that they can get into safety themselves. Is going to be a bit of rotation. They love being around maybe La Bandita area, excuse me, and they love to rotate from that. That's how they got early access to that great mountaintop on Los Leones. But this time around, if they want to repeat what they've done earlier, they need a lot more momentum, a lot more decisiveness, a lot more confidence, because they're only playing this as a trio. Some early fights coming on. Sons of Odin will not experience the peace that they had last time in the big city of Los Leones.
Oh, what a spray that is coming in from Euphoria, trying to land those heads over towards Sons of Odin. But fortunately, they just move with just out of render range, but you can see their vehicle up ahead. Really smoky, so they got to be so careful with where it is they move to. But of course, they quickly dash up into some hard cover, which is a good call. But now, NDL hard on their heels, not going to let them get out of this one for free, as we can see Jaja Will and the rest of the squad from NDL now looking to get pretty aggressive. And I mean, what a great consistency we've been seeing throughout the day here for the side of the Niko Defense League as they move up for yet another go at it. Oh, finding the shot straight up in towards Goated. Sons of Odin now being reduced down to only one remaining hopeful. This is CR7. Will he be able to get it done? Finds a beautiful hit straight on through. Now, will he be able to hold on? Oh, no. NDL, they never gonna let them escape from that one as they move in and make a very swift work. A very swift finish there of the players from Sons of Odin.
And you can see two types of mentality there, kind of. Like, NDL's just chasing kills down, saying that we've got that numbers advantage, we've got a gun, it's go time. And sometimes that can be heavily punished only if the side who's getting chased are extremely calm to say, they're going overly aggressive, I'm just going to wait here. I can make it work. Instead, Sons of Odin was just kind of losing a little bit. It's like panicking. Oh, they're chasing us down. We've lost one already. We're scared. We know who they are as well because the kill feed showed it from the confirmed kill, and they just choked in their position when they could have played more patiently. They decided to peek. They decided to shoot. It's all those stuff. You just shouldn't even give away one sound. Stop moving straight away, and that was your opportunity. And you can just slowly move and maneuver around it. But you know what? That is exactly how aggressive squads exploit teams who can panic under that pressure. And you know what? Sons of Odin shows a lot of potential, and there's just small things that they need to fix here and there. Just put that time into, talking about it, during this game, and show us something great in that last one, because I believe they should be in the clear. They've been doing quite well, and they just need to make sure they are building towards, a more balanced play, more all-rounded, developing all sides of skills as we continue to see many of these teams needing to head into the circle still extremely empty. Los Leones is basically untouched, and that's actually great news for the side of most wanted, especially with their looting phase slowed down by those parachute situations.
Well, one thing that I'm quite looking forward to seeing is the performance coming in from the TheUnikKillers, as well as the play coming in from the players of the BATSquad. So BATSquad currently situated on that more western edge of zone, with the TheUnikKillers now just rotating out of El Pozo. Those are the two teams, of course, still in the running. Right, if they have an absolutely phenomenal game in this match and the following one, we could see them potentially moving up into that top 7. So it is going to be a pretty tough one for them, as Handy now already gets challenged. NDL, they just look to be out for blood. They are not giving it a rest, just moving in. But Andy now doing exactly what we would have hoped the Sons of Odin would be doing, is just remaining motionless, remaining quiet, and bouncing at the opportune moment. Unfortunately, he was just outgunned and outnumbered. But that is essentially what you were referring to not too long ago. But we can see the players, the rest of the squad there from the BATSquad, situated a little bit further up in towards the north. So this is where they need to be so careful and so cautious in their approach to this engagement.
And this is going to be an interesting one. Seems like Syrax not having the best game so far. That is going to be quite a tough situation to get out of, kind of in the open. Not a lot of rich lines to play off, maybe a little bit towards the back there, but AK-47 will feel the wrath from the Overwatch coming through, and that is a great one. Maybe Syrax can get out of that without too many casualties.
I mean, who knows? Even AK-47, they are close. They are only 4 points behind the BATSquad, right? So who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. They could still potentially push in. They're one of those 3 teams, right? Let's open the odds there. It's the TheUnikKillers, the BATSquad, and AK-47, right? We're gonna hope to see a strong play coming from them, and just really looking at how AK-47 have handled themselves in that situation, there is a glimmer of hope. But well, one of the teams that is not looking too fantastic, of course, now is the side here. Of Conqueror UK and the Liquid Demons. Liquid Demons and Conqueror UK both having players knocked on either side. So a fair exchange, fair trade-off either way. But of course now one death steps up looking for that one death. He finds the first. Will he get the next? Yes, indeed. As No Morsey gets sent back up into the lobby. And now Conqueror UK can look to clean up this position as they continue with the efforts, but Divine and Virus, they're not going to let them get by so easily.
You know what? Just every single bullet there that Wondeth want to shoot to confirm kills might have caused some issue for his teammates to, just lose that life. And that is, I can't really fault that's just kind of in the middle there. So sometimes we need to think about what you shouldn't think about is to get over to that site to redeem codes from PUBG Mobile with that what you see on the bottom left there, so you can get yourself some nice gear that I wish I can get, but I'm stuck here trying to cast this game. But you know what? No regret, because this is looking incredibly spicy. A lot of teams actually bring in a different type of gameplay in the second game of Miramar, and that will be one death, maybe receiving his one death. That thirst from earlier might be the over-aggression that carried over to their grave.
Oh, and of course the Liquid Demons just up ahead now, also getting caught up in that blue zone, but Divine being able to quickly get that med kit going. Virus also just on the opposite end. They're looking to do exactly the same, but Headman not going to let them go by that easily as he sends up the grenades, closes it out, and off goes the Liquid Demons right back into the lobby. That is the end for them right here on Miramar, but of course 13 teams remain left to fight it out. It is now Excuse Me and NDL. NDL, they are so hungry for anything. They'll just shoot at anything that moves, and Will now getting caught in a little bit of a compromising position as Albert and Kosti move on through. It is now down to Jaja to make that final play. Fires in a good spray on towards Albert, but will he be able to find that finishing blow over towards Kosti? It is a 1v1 exchange now. As we can see, Kosti there for the side of Excuse Me, just holding on. Will he be able to get the job done? Jaja now rushing in. Will he get it? Ooh, Kosti lands the blow. Out goes the Niko Defense League. Quite a bit of an aggressive show coming in from them right here on Miramar. Maybe even a little bit overly aggressive.
You know what? I know some of these players, right? They're homies. I'm just going to ask them, did you guys actually say we will push everything this game? I'm going to ask them. I feel like that could be the case. Like, I might be overthinking, but that's kind of what we see on the screen. They're so quick, but it has its way. It's actually it makes a lot of sense in a way, because they keep running into enemies or entering parts when others are least expecting it. Like, there are a lot of players who was just feel like still losing face, right? We're still split up. I'm still feeling so nice because no one's coming around my split position, and that's when the full squad NDL just rush in. So that is actually some reverse psychology that they didn't intend to cause, I feel like, or to apply, but that was the actual effect that we saw. That's how they picked off one kill after one kill, a squad, then another one or two players to follow, right? So that's 5 kills to them at least, and can't really fault that, and that is how they want to enjoy the game, and seems like they are in the clear, and we will see them again in the finals very, very likely. I don't see how there's a world that we don't see them in next week's finals, but you know what? It's going to be a very interesting one, because we've got a very different type of style from the other group.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see what the two groups will bring it to the table. Meanwhile, we do see the players from OMA as well as Khukuri rotating up alongside that southern edge. And now the zone has shifted all the way over on towards the western side. Just being quite great, actually, for the players there from Food Squad, Syrax, as well as, Excuse Me, AK-47 also beautifully positioned up in towards that northern portion of the zone. So I'm curious to see what the players there from the TheUnikKillers are going to be doing with their angle in the zone. They have a secure position over on towards the west, but this is where it gets right down to business. The teams now need to be careful, especially the ones fighting to get back up, or to get up into that top 8. It is going to be absolutely essential that they play one of the best games that they've played so far in today.
Exactly, and I think this game is actually a little bit weird, like, to be honest. The teams playing in a different way, and with that center zone looking so empty, and I think it's also because of how some of these teams try to be more conservative now. They've made some good gains when it comes to points, and they don't want to give that away. As you can see, the side of OMA, actually, that's not the most updated table. Sorry, guys, but I do apologize for those small technical things. But you know what? Like they even overtaken the side of most wanted. So that top 8 situation can still change, and I think it's about the momentum to be carried over to next week. I think that is one very important thing, right? Like the so-called mental reset, or no, some people just can't even make that happen. You can be so stuck in something that happens for quite some time ago that affects you for a very, very long time. Syrax, though, after that play that week, I kind of been hard on them, but I'm not sorry at all, by the way. Like, I know some of these players, I know it will be for their good, and I want them to come back and repeat what they've done in the last few days. They've been playing so good, and that is London once again just challenging shots after shots. I want some strafing in those mechanics. Otherwise, they are not living up to expectation or the hype.
Well, I honestly think that they now just here to have fun, all right? Just looking at the sheer number of points they've been able to accumulate. I mean, they're 60 points ahead of the Niko Defense League team. So you can't really blame them. I mean, now it's all up to the teams fighting for that slot in the top 8. I think that is what this match and the following one is down to. Now we can, of course, see the players here from Khukuri looking to still put up quite a bit of a fight. Yes, they've been reduced down to 3 players, and they are sitting on a grand total of 25 points. But I'm respecting the way that they are still approaching this match. They are still showing up. They are still trying to play the best game they can, regardless of whether or not it works out for them. They're still going to give it a bash, and you can see already just that handling coming in there from Smoke, jumping off of the motorbike, getting straight into the shots over towards 12. I mean, I've got mad respect for Khukuri. Regardless of where they are still showing up. And I mean, to me, that means more than anything else. And of course, the players here from Most Wanted now looking to lay down the law, looking to find those openings. Khukuri being reduced to 1 remaining hopeful, that of course being Smoke, who we see rotating up in towards the north there, trying to put a little bit of distance between himself and the team here from Most Wanted. But again, Most Wanted, they are showing up quite aggressively because they want to try and retain control of that 8th slot. They're currently sitting on 150 points, and they want to bring in everything they can to secure themselves that slot. So I'm curious to see what the players from TheUnikKillers are actually going to bring to the table here, because they still have a bit of potential. They could maybe, just find the necessary points. Currently, they need those 33 points to make it up to par, to get up to the exact same points as we see the players from Most Wanted currently sitting on.
You know what? Mathematically, yes, possible, but based on how they have played, I find that a little bit hard. And I think that would just be me being harsh, but sometimes you can see the glimpse of glamour from some of these teams, like OMA to really show up, and Londa having his moments sometimes. And but recently, in the past 2-3 games, a little bit of over-aggression, and Cable obviously very strong in those first 2 games, but they really want to continue to have a really glamorous win, glamorous ending of this group stage, because every bit of stat is important. Yes, I know people sometimes just only want to have fun, right? But then don't feel salty about it if it doesn't go well. And if you are not sure whether you can maintain your style of play, then remember, sometimes how you do one thing is how you do everything. So sometimes it's all experience. So play to your best ability would honestly be the way that I would do it myself. But Molly, extremely strong, and just burned to the ground, and that is delivered by Sid, burning himself into a nice Christmas roast. A little bit too early, buddy, but you know what? That will be a rip in pepperoni, and you can go back to lobby, and you come back. You know what? That is not the time to make that mistake. They have at least 38 points to chase, if not more, probably more, because Most Wanted got 3 kills. So that is almost practically the end of the run for the side of the Foot Squad, because unless they have one of the biggest wins that we've seen in this tournament, I think they are essentially out, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were able to bring in that 1 point for placement, so 1 point on the board. Again, better than nothing. But now we look to see what the teams are going to do in this final few phases. We of course now coming to the end of our 4th phase. Most Wanted, They are looking to defend their spot. And of course, the only team now left to really contend with them in that is the side of the TheUnikKillers. And we see them all the way over on towards that far western side, playing a little bit more calculated game. So a good call for them coming in.
Wow.
But now the team's still pretty spread out along the perimeter of the zone as we now wait to see where the next phase is going to be taking us. And it moves up right into the north. And this is ideal for the TheUnikKillers now to reposition up into the only compound we see situated up in towards the north of that zone. But they got to be careful and they got to be quick because Conqueror UK, they are mobilizing. Most Wanted also mobilizing, and this is where they now need to prioritize those positions.
You know what? Like, there's so many spots and ridges on the edge that actually allow you to get so much info in that, flat ground, that bowl shape, and that is actually crazy, and a lot of these teams may send in there like just thinking it might be center, but there's actually a lot of check and scouting that really needs to come into place, and the immediate assessment of the landscape to make that type of play work. But you know what, it's been a while now, DK, that I've seen a new circle that has literally 0 players in it, so this is going to be something different. The blue zone's already closing with no mercy.
Oh, and here we go now. Arena 51 gonna try and make a bit of a play here. They do have the side of Excuse Me, of course, right there alongside them. And we have the players from OMA also now coming through with their own rotations. But meanwhile, over on the eastern side, oh, TRG just getting absolutely demolished as Most Wanted are getting quite aggressive. Up comes Hitman. I hope he looked both ways before he started to cross the road. We'll find out, of course, in due time. But we can see just the sheer aggression now mounting over in towards the south. The players there from OMA, Arena 51, getting right into the mix, into the heat. Down goes Syrax. It is up to Demon and Snow to hold on to find the final few hits. But will they be able to get it done? The Niko just holding on alongside the rest of his team here for the side of Conqueror UK, trying to get the spray over towards the players there from Arena 51. That's AK-47, just huddled up alongside the vehicle. A little bit elsewhere, we can see, of course, some pretty crazy plays coming up in it towards TRG as they too get eliminated. OMA sitting on 3 kills, holding on to the south. Not the full squad within the zone just yet. And of course, with that AK-47 gets sent right on down. But what a spray that has been from Albert. Oh, third party coming in from Demon. Right off angle play. Beautiful execution. And of course, 4 kills on the board now for Arena 51.
I feel like we haven't seen this team playing like this in a while. So they've been playing off those positions nicely. And they need to continue to do that if they want to redeem themselves. We've been harsh on them. The stats not in their favor. But now the gods of PUBG is on their side. They've got the position, but the finish comes through. Excuse Me, continue to play strong. And the side of Conqueror UK as well, very confident in their 3x1 split. And the other trio squad, Most Wanted, has been playing phenomenally as well. Some very good white rotations. Think about been very creative. Now they have to make a break into the circle, need to deliver the basics of getting one to maybe bait, others to watch, and watch all angles if they can.
Oh, now it is up to Joker on the front line. Try and hold on, but he is not alone. Oh, Hardman sends up a beautiful grenade right on point. And now Most Wanted look to be one of the most wanted teams. The teams are, well, the players especially here from the TheUnikKillers are going to be looking to find that spray. And of course now Hitman is getting hit once again as 12 comes in with a beautiful long-range spray, putting that M4 to some really good use. But things are looking pretty tough for the TheUnikKillers. Will they be able to hold on to this as Anish now also gets downed right then and there? Of course now Vulcan, the last remaining hopeful for the side there of the TheUnikKillers. Oh, it is looking pretty tough, but no, they can't make it. The 7 Ravens come in with a beautiful play. Rex sending up that finishing grenade, sending Vulcan and the rest of the team right back up into the lobby. 5 teams now remain. Most Wanted still looking to push into zone. Got one death right up ahead, but a quick cheeky shot actually coming in there from Excuse Me, way off in the distance. And this is a really difficult position now for Most Wanted. Just looking at the mini-map, there's so many teams focusing over towards that direction.
I think it's about time to use the vehicle to bait some shots out, you know. Some utilities to find an export, use the vehicle to bait some shots, get one spot to hold, and then just use it to its max. And that will be them actually getting out of that situation. Really good play coming from this trio so far. You know, 12 laying back behind just now to eliminate side threats from the two who approached and opened up with the grenade and took that spot. This team may be able to, you know, redeem themselves. They were so close to getting so many points in the last Mirror Mug game, and they may be able to do that. Only 5 teams remaining, and it's to our surprise, it's a 7 Ravens with the full squad.
Well, but I gotta say though, I'm liking the way that the teams are playing these last few games. Even Excuse Me, yes, they come in sitting up in 5th position, all right? But they already have 11 kills to their name. They are just still engaging that beast mode. They are not going to be backing down anytime soon. But now the zone shifts up in favor of 7 Ravens. And I gotta say, 7 Ravens, they've been actually holding their own quite well in especially this match. They still have decent numbers moving in. The full squad still remains. They've already been able to bring in 4 kills. But how many more will they be able to find, as they do have a beautiful advantage right there in the zone. Excuse Me, now coming under fire as 12 sends the shot straight on through. We still have Demon from the side there of Arena 51 holding on, but Rex, there we go. Now coming in with some great visuals over towards Excuse Me. Puts the knock straight back up in towards Prada. Now he still just needs to clean it up, find the final hits up in towards Prada. But now, of course, Most Wanted are going to be looking to move on in. And again, 7 Ravens beautifully set up, as we do have a little bit of an aggressive rush coming in from Most Wanted.
You know what? That is where 7 Ravens might have made a mistake. They can push out from the current position to increase the pressure of control on either edges, and that was actually Most Wanted, making it too close for comfort. Whilst the other side may come in to challenge those shots, it will be trigger discipline. It will be quick comms coming from 7 Ravens, and they need to wrap this up. They probably won't qualify, but this is a time to at least get a great win in this tournament.
Oh, it is now do or die time. Ghastly comes out with a bit of a rush, but Demon puts him down. Demon now trying to secure a good angle, a good approach back up in towards zone. The final 3 teams holding strong. Demon gets taken down by the blue zone. And now, Most Wanted going toe-to-toe with the 7 Ravens. Jimmy and Zero right there on the front line. Beautiful vehicle explosion, not even allowing Jimmy a knock. He just goes right back into the lobby. Beautiful execution style play, but of course now Most Wanted sitting on 3 players up against the 3-man team here of 7 Ravens, and this is where 7 Ravens are going to be put to the test. Quick response coming in from Zero, putting the hurt straight up in towards Hardman. Ads still just holding on that ridge line. Oh, Raven needs to be so careful in the approach here. Up they come. Oh, down they go, and 7 Ravens grab a winner chicken dinner. Well done, well played, well deserved.
And you know what? Like, I think Most Wanted delivered kind of what they had to. It was unlucky, but 7 Ravens almost gave that win away. It was close. I feel like where it could be Rex. No, Rex was on the other side. I think it was whoever was on the left side. Okay, on the screen just now, where he slowly prone and crawled towards. That's where he wanted to be the second that the zone popped, to put more pressure so that Most Wanted would never be able to enter that position in the first place. And that would just be some textbook analysis coming through it. Like, but you know what? I'm so happy for this squad. Like, yes, the zone is heavily in their favor, but they were not too scared, you know, to have gain that control from the given position, and that's what we like from a squad. So a lot of credit from this team, and I'm so happy for them to show up in one of the final games of this tournament, although it's going to be so hard and almost impossible for them to qualify to the finals.
Yeah, I believe Zero was the hero in that last play. That
Zero, yes.
And that was the player positioned over on towards that left-hand side. And I mean, as we get closer to those highlights, we can see a Heartman with an absolutely phenomenal grenade. But Most Wanted, they were not going to make it easy for any of the teams opposing them. Yes, they were able to secure themselves up in towards that top 8. But man, respect to Most Wanted as well. They still brought it all the way down to the finish, and as Zero got up with the shots on through, it was just an absolutely phenomenal play coming in. And of course, man, that was beautiful. Much respect to the 7 Ravens, finishing off with 9 kills strong, 24 points on the board. But excuse me, wrapping up their match on a 12-point kill. Of course, well, that results in them being able to acquire 20 points in just this last match. So again, a really strong showing coming in there from Excuse Me.
I feel like Excuse Me is playing in the way that we expect them to when we know that they are playing this tournament, right? We've got some names in there. We've seen them in bigger stages, PMCOs, PMPL, and this is the level of aggression that we want to see. So we are having like more teams doing that style now, and Conqueror UK also having some really confident split. Very clear role, like one to get entry, one to hold edge, the other one to play spoiler that we've seen from around phase 4 coming from Niko and his teammates. So that was a great way to see it. So that type of game really adds a lot to it. Unexpected winner, early game action that we did not see in the pacing that we did not experience, but also like NTR going out earlier in that, but also Khukuri trying their best in small skirmishes, although they fell early. But you know what? There's so many variety of situations that have arisen in that game that I actually enjoyed it a lot, DK.
Yeah, like I said before, big respect going out to the players there from Khukuri. Yes, they've had a pretty tough time, but man, they've pitched up consistently regardless of what the odds were stacked against them. They still came in, they still gave it their all. So yeah, much love for Khukuri. Well done, well played. But, you got to give it to the teams over on this left-hand side. Conqueror UK also bringing in a really strong match. 7 kills on the board. Again, nothing to scoff at there. And just looking at that hitman, bringing in 6 of those 7 kills. So a really strong dominating play. But, of course, Costi from Excuse Me, no surprise to see them pushing up once again, but it's always good to see Zero and Rex stepping it up, bringing in 4 kills apiece, sitting tied up in that 4th position.
Oh, Zero is the name. How could I have forgotten? Like from now on, I won't. He found a great dip to at least hold that side down, and that is how they finally gotten themselves a chicken dinner. I don't think Most Wanted even had one yet so far. There's so many teams that haven't had the feeling, or the taste of that chicken dinner in the PMNC UK this time around. But Costi, man, we talked about Excuse Me and the aggression, like 3 players to land beyond 2,500 damage, and the last one won't be too low either, I feel like. But you know what, that's exactly how you want to play, and that is what I believe they could have done from day one.
Yeah, some really good plays coming in across the board, and some impressive numbers again with the overall damage being done. But essentially we got to look to see what the teams are sitting at on that leaderboard, or rather where they're sitting at on that overall leaderboard. But before we get to that, we look at the 7 Ravens in comparison to the team they're from. Excuse Me, quite a considerable difference looking towards the total damage that had been done. But this was just the match for 7 Ravens. And I gotta say though, well done. Well done. Even if it was in the second last match, it's better late than never. And what a performance it was coming in from the 7 Ravens.
Yeah, very interesting game, to be fair. Like a lot of stats that could kind of define our expectations and the final result as well. And that circle, to be fair, I didn't expect it to end in some way. I wouldn't say it's definitely not the same as that game 2, but the initial circles were extremely similar. But the rotations that came through from the teams were so different that it actually caught me a little bit off guard. But you know what? Variety is great. Add more colors to our games. We are just down to that one match, DK. I think we may not feel as much of that excitement when it comes to how tight the table can be. But when you look at those top 8, they all have put up such a great showing. That point separation being so narrow would mean that we will have that to be carried over to the finals and have a very, very action-packed and very close series of actions.
Yeah, I think this current leaderboard is pretty much solidified at the current moment. Just looking at the sheer difference between TeamOMA and the players there from TheUnikKillers, that is quite a bit of a gap to try and close. I don't know if it's going to be doable. That, of course, It's, man. Unless, of course, the TheUnikKillers bring in the best game we've seen in the group stage, it's going to be pretty tough. But I'm expecting the TheUnikKillers to still bring it, you know, just to still bring that gameplay. And we've actually been seeing that happening consistently with a lot of these teams, regardless of where they find themselves on that leaderboard. They still step up. They still play it like as if it is the first match of the group stage. So yeah, I gotta commend these teams. Really mad respect for them. But of course, on that, we are going to be moving up into a quick commercial break, getting ready for our final match of Group A, the group stage.
Can you hear it coming? Can you feel your heart beating faster and faster? Can you smell a chicken dinner? This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship. The adrenaline of competition, the suspense, the bravery, and the most explosive moments in mobile gaming. Excited? And we haven't even mentioned the prize pool, which is, hold on to your parachutes. £22,000! Now that's a chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile National Championship United Kingdom 2021. We're about to move up into our final match for Group A in this group stage, and we've been seeing some pretty tough games coming in over the previous 4 matches. And Tarzan, I'm super excited to see what this final match will have in store for us.
You know what? I will see a lot of teams trying to have fun. Maybe they've accepted so-called destiny. You know what? I've got some interesting, I did say I'm going to check on some players and find some of my answers, right? So yes, NDL did tell me that, yes, we did say we just tried to push everything, right? Like, so that's how they were trying to play. But I also heard from Most Wanted that they should come in as a full squad this game. And so, sometimes that is one issue with this squad through the tournament, is they struggle to have a fixed roster, or not every game could they put in a full man roster, so full team I should say. So that is something that we want to change from this last game, and who knows what we're going to see. We're just going to do our best with this playing path right now to dissect the middle of the map, going and Raza all the way to hospital from east to west, making it a little bit spicier if teams want to go to this drop spots, if they want to go to military base or Arena 51. I'm sorry, I know you love Primos. We may have to compromise once again.
Well, speaking about spicy, the viewers at home can enjoy a super fast and lag-free PUBG Mobile experience on Xiaomi's powerful Redmi Note 10 5G. And man, this match has quite a bit of potential for a lot of spice. Not only to be spicy, but I think it could potentially even be uncomfortably so, as the teams now are in their final round. This is the final match, and this is where the teams could look to just showcase their skills and show us what they have in store for us to close up this final match here in the group stages. And with the flight path further up in towards the north, you've pointed this out already, it is going to be a little bit harder for teams to reach all the way down in towards those far southern regions. But I'm curious to see what this first zone is going to be bringing in. We, of course, did see our first match heading all the way down in towards a more southern approach. So maybe we could see that once again, but I'm hoping that, oh yes, it stays down into the south, heads on over in towards that southwestern side, right up in towards Primorsk. So if only, the flight path was a little bit further down south, I think this this whole zone could have been a little bit more populated.
Many, phase 1 circles do we need to get with so much water, and Quarry in the middle is just crazy. Can we get 3 Quarry finishes today, guys? We don't know, but there's something that's changed for sure. I can't find NDL. Oh no, they are in here, and they're incredibly split, I believe, because they used to go to North Georgia and don't see them no more. We talked about being spicy, and we talked about people having fun. I think there might be something going on in here, and we probably should keep an eye out.
Yep. You got to keep the eye out. You got to keep the guns out. You got to keep everything out, as the teams are already getting right down to business. As you can see, things are looking pretty hot and heated right here in Pachinki. NDL already losing one of their players there. As you can see, Jaja now quickly rushing up, already quickly getting raised up by Euphoria. Now with Prada and Albert right there on the doorstep, it is going to be absolutely essential if NDL wants to finish off on a strong game. We know they have the ability, but will fate work out in their favor? Albert quickly rushing over towards Costi to get that res going. Meanwhile, Prada left all alone, crossbow in hand. So this could be a little bit of a cheeky engagement coming in here from Prada.
You know what? With the shotgun as well, I want to see Euphoria make use of it. That pump can be so strong, but you know, Jaja is so low on HP though, so he's trying to maneuver on the outside, so you can't even make a single misstep there. But the repositioning according to the footsteps is actually brilliant, and I think they're just trying to have some fun this game. And the two other players have gone somewhere completely different and died once, not shouldn't say once again, but kind of expectedly. You can only be so strong, like without, you know, on spawn, kind of like upon landing, you didn't have a lot of gear, but this way, Kosti is also underneath a lot of pressure, not having a lot of meds either. So with those very interesting weapons in hand for early game, like we want to see a little bit of a fight. It will be down to those basics. The CQC is getting personal because all these players that you see on screen have some experience on the book.
Oh, now I think this last match is just going to be a showcase match. You know, this is where the teams can step up, have a bit of fun, but also, you know, there's still a little bit of competitiveness coming into the mix here. And Brada sneaks in that cheeky crossbow hit right over into Euphoria. But Jaja now holding on to the top floor. Yes, they might have sent one bolt straight up into Euphoria, but Jaja says, oh no, it is not going to end that easily. Albert now looking to push on in. Jaja quickly abandoning the rest. They're looking to get up into the fight, finding quite a bit of damage right on through. Now Jaja jumps out the window, getting a little bit cheeky with the approach here. Let's see, will he be able to get it done? Yes, indeed. NDL send, excuse me, right on off. And what a way to start this match off. NDL, man. I gotta say though, that was a very, very cheeky shot right into Euphoria.
You know, at 4-4-2, like I thought they're going to crazy places. No, it's just hot dropping, you know, onto someone else, and so that was actually quite nice. You know, those timing coming from Raja as well, like dropping down, knowing that there's an HP advantage. They could have been a very interesting and funny moment if they revived next to that gas can, and that caused some casualty. But we bring ourselves over to Rozok because Liquid Demons want to have an easy, should I say better last game, but it's not going to be easy. Down to 2 players, Virus incredibly low, and the support is so far away.
Yeah, Liquid Demons are still going to look to bring a good show up in towards this final match as Snowboy is trying to breach, trying to get on in, but some good playing coming in here. Of course, now Liquid Demons still holding strong. Virus and Divine are the 2 remaining hopefuls, as you've pointed out there, left to just find this last bit. Oh, cheeky jump coming in from Snowboy, but a good suppressive shot coming in from Divine. Quite a bit of a ranged assault there, a ranged spray, but that M4 just getting put through its spaces as the heads continue to fly through. Hitman now quickly rotating up towards Denoka to try and get that res going. But I gotta say though, pretty decent play we are seeing here. But of course, we also did see the players there from the TheUnikKillers getting eliminated, getting sent on off into the lobby. So I think with that, our top 8 teams could be sealed.
I think it's pretty much
now
sealed.
We look to see.
Yes, you know what?
Yeah.
Snowboy, someone might have missed something, right? What Snowboy did there was brilliant. He is in close proximity to the enemy. He heard the first aid being popped, and he ran straight up with a jump shot. That is the decisiveness that I want to see. The only thing that disappointed me was he didn't have the skin that to allow Snowboy to turn some people into snowman. That's the only thing, right? Otherwise, that was flawless. And we bring ourselves over to the other side. South Georgia Pole is looking a little bit interesting. Footscore actually down to 1 player, but not before they gotten themselves 5 kills.
Oh, yeah, still a decent push coming in. And of course, Hitman, oh, sorry, not Hitman, Ferdan sending off that final grenade to close it up. Well done, well played. Footsquad also now get eliminated, and it's up to AK-47 to show us what they've got. I mean, a 55-point game, I don't think we've ever seen that, and I'm not quite sure whether or not it is possible. But hey, you know, bad respect going to AK-47. They are still pitching up once again. They're still performing all the way through. And I'm curious to see just how strong these teams are going to be looking to finish off this final match.
I didn't know what to expect anymore. And so back to how they've started. You know, this is their drop. Finally, they will come back to it. take a slow one, you know, like take it easy. There will be some rotation for them to make, and it's been a while. I feel like they've allowed themselves to test their ability when they need to be forced to jump elsewhere. And I think that is a very important thing. A lot of teams just very quickly go out of their comfort zone when they can't go to their primary drop spots, right? So it's good to see those coming in for some of these teams to say, you know what, we can dominate in multiple ways. And that code at the bottom left there is another way that you can give yourself some confidence, you know, because when you feel good, you play good. Get yourself a nice skin, head over, search for PUBG Mobile code redeem, and put that in to claim yourself some goodies. And that's TRG. Finally, you know, time and time again, they drop Milta. They know there's a Novo team. They want to hold that bridge camp. And for the first time in forever, I'm about to sing, but that was them actually getting something out of that. Cable, you started today very, very well, but off you go. You can have a great good night.
Yep, done and dusted. Yet another player getting eliminated. 36 players now remain. 12 teams left to fight it out for this final winner chicken dinner. And of course, that zone has shifted all the way over on towards that far southwestern side. But Divine now, hoping for some divine intervention as CR7 tries to trap him down with the buggy. But the shots come through. CR7 finds the final blows, and with that, the Liquid Demons get eliminated. NDL now in hot pursuit, chasing down the players here from Arena 51. I told you this is going to be an exciting match, and of course, you know, the fate is sealed. We know who our top 8 teams are, and now the players can just relax, go out and put up a fantastic show. And I'm expecting that to be the case all around as the teams are now just bringing in some laser-focused sprays. And of course, the players here from OMA right there alongside the 7 Ravens. 7 Ravens having tasted glory in their previous match, getting a beautiful winner chicken dinner. Could they potentially do it once again? We don't know. We'll find out. But of course, with Russia now getting just completely squashed, it is going to be pretty tough for Zero to be the hero in this engagement.
Oh god, like so many small things in these engagement. And the one thing for sure that's been better, like 7 Ravens poured in the support a lot earlier, but you know, this type of position right on the southwestern edge, you know, across, you know, even more the bottom than Quarry. That is how far this is from this team. And to take a fight here, it could be so much about your map knowledge and all that stuff, and down to one player, Zero would need to, you know, show some skills, because he definitely did make something happen for the squad to get themselves a chicken dinner earlier, but this one and this time around, not so easy.
Well, here we go. Zero now could be on his last breath, his last straw, as Supreme gets ready to cook up a nade, but a quick maneuver coming in from Zero. There we go.
No way.
Puts the spray straight up in towards Jay-Z. Supreme now just outside. He also gets hit right on down, but AK-47 comes in with a quick save there. Zero just holds his own, and with that eliminates the players from TeamOMA. What a beautiful rush that was, but of course he's not out of the woods. AK-47, they are moving up into possession.
Oh, this is a good time for third party. Can Zero do it again? I don't want to give him false, you know, hype, but that was already incredibly crazy. And this is now AK-47 actually coming in after 3 kills. So can they do it again? Just easy one with the nade. Man, like that was borderline hilarious. Like what? Like, you know, OMA has such a good game on in a CQC map, kind of like in Sandhawk, that we didn't expect them to choke in that one. One player got knocked by the molly of, you know, a teammate as well. So it's like, all in all, if I'm Zero, I'm more like, what the hell's going on, right? But you know, that with that being done, we're down to 28 players and 9 teams. And how are you all doing, ladies and gentlemen, in this fine Sunday evening to watch some PUBG in the way that we didn't expect or are not used to? Hope this will put a smile on your face. If they don't, maybe because you're supporting a team that didn't make it, but you know what? Give them some love. Come back stronger, because there's always a future in this game.
Yes, sirree, indeed there is. And we can see, of course, now CR7 is just trying his luck with these vehicle tires that are blown out. But of course, Oh, up comes Rattle, just rattling and shaking the cage, putting a beautiful spray straight on through, and Sons of Odin now getting reduced down to only 2 remaining players, that of course being silenced and ghosted. But they are positioned just a little bit further up in towards that zone. NDL, Euphoria, and Jaja, the 2 remaining hopefuls for their team here, going to be looking to squeeze themselves into a decent position. Syrax still sitting on a 3-man team, rotating through. It's getting closer towards that quarry region, and we could potentially see another quarry finish as the zone is centered up right around the quarry area here. And of course now Syrax moving on through. Will they bring it home? We did see, of course, that winner chicken dinner come in the first match of the day. But will it be a repeat once again? Conqueror UK just down below. Hitman, ooh, sitting on 1 kill. Will he find any more?
You know what? Like, I want to have the 3rd quarry finish, and I'm going to actually send this over to some of our colleagues, right? They keep saying, I hate quarry, I don't like quarry, I really don't like quarry, right, Max? Like, we'll get you something different here, and you know what? Like, we may still get it, and I think it's a very underrated part to, you know, show how good you are to control this area. It's actually very underrated, like, to my honest opinion, and it's now a decent drop spot as well. Like, if you know how to split around it, have a good way to rotate to support, and your knowledge of this part can actually, you know, get a lot of tactical, you know, hunting down in the early to mid game.
Yep, and of course, speaking about hunting, Silence, it's looking pretty golden right here on the edge. Finding a little bit of a spray up on towards TRG, and then quickly disengaging, just relocating and looking to push a little bit further up in towards the compound here. Nothing wrong with that, but is he going to stop, or is he going to try and squeeze all the way? No, he's actually coming in with a wrap around approach. I mean, his teammate Goated holding on to that far offside. And speaking about far offsides, we've got the code popping up once again. So be sure to grab that code. Go redeem it for yourself. There is only 50 of them on this one. So be sure to grab it. Be one of the 50 people to redeem that code. In case you don't know how, be sure to search for PUBG Mobile Code Redeem in your browser. Follow the instructions and you can get it for yourself in-game. Meanwhile, we do see Goated all the way over on this far eastern side, just holding his space, holding his distance. But AK-47, they are getting ready to move on in. Hero now cooking up the grenades, but gets caught with it in hand. Down he goes as the Nachar puts the shot straight on through. Marshad now coming in from the off angle, already 2 kills under his belt. Furdan coming up with a bit of a spray here, as a bit of a play here as well. Will he be able to find those grenades up into the ideal position? It is still going to be quite a bit of a fight though.
And you know what? We have basically a quarry finish. I can't ask for more, man. Like, this is, you know what? It's also good for one reason. It's for the players learning. Like, sometimes I have this theory where you just learn about one part of the map for every game that you play, like in detail. Like, especially if you struggle, you would just keep thinking, process all the information, every small rock, every small detail of the map, and that is how you improve. And we will have to see how these teams come back for a bit of a round 2. Conqueror this time around will come into this area to control a bit earlier. Last time around, it was taken away pretty early, so we'll get a little bit of a rematch between some of these teams.
Yep, nothing wrong with the rematch. And of course now, Hero, again, having a second breath. Looking up that grenade, getting ready to send it on through Hitman. Meanwhile, just repositioning a little bit closer towards that northern angle. Denoka now still trying to take this fight with the players here from AK-47. But of course, quite a bit of action now just happening all across the map. Down in the south, we have the players there from Arena 51 as well as the players from the Niko Defense League. And also the team there from Khukuri just getting into a bit of a fight. A bit of an exchange. But who will be the one to claim the south? Who will be the one to claim Quarry? We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But of course, now AK-47 just sending up an absolute barrage of utilities, trying to find that opening. Meanwhile, we see the players there from Syrax up in the north, just quickly sneaking around, trying to position themselves in one of those more northern angles. But of course, with that, the players there from NDL get eliminated, and Furdan cooking up that grenade once again. Ooh, just barely missing the window. tried to get it in, but unfortunately it didn't go according to plan. Snowboy still now just trying to defend this warehouse. Out comes more grenades, more utilities, but Murshad, he's behind the box. He's untouchable, well, at least for now, on that first grenade. But of course, now Murshad cooking up one as well, looking to send it in. I'm liking the way the teams are approaching this final match. Even though things have pretty much been decided, they are still stepping up. They are still giving us a show. And what a show it is. A Snowman now gets taken right on down. It is up to the Nachar and Hitman to hold on for Conqueror UK.
You know what? This is time to make some aggression, and I think it's now or never, because in Quarry, if you don't come in quick, that will be the backstab, and I feel like that's the third-party pressure coming in now. Both teams need to think about all the surrounding, think about every cover, how they use it, and that's AK-47 wanting to win this, and that is, well, just extremely disappointing. Man, that is anticlimactic. Where did that 1 or 2 tap come from? But that is exactly the art that you need to master in Quarry, because you think you are having a 4v4 fight. It could be 2 or 3 teams watching you in third-person perspective, waiting to backstab you, and we are down to just, what, 7 teams? But this is a really good place to play that, because we've got a good variety. We've still got some Korean play. We've got some hard covers. We've got some hills that are more punishing. We've got some hills that allow you so much info while you can stay stealthy, as well as open field. And at the main road in the middle as well. So that is just great way to end this group stage of PMNC UK 2021.
Well, speaking about endings, here we go. Arena 51 looking to put an end to the Sons of Odin. Translate right here alongside a Demon looking to hold on. We got Snow OP also right up in the mix, providing a little bit of that support cover. But will they be able to wrap this fight up? Sons of Odin sending over the grenades, looking to find the damage. Snow finds a little bit up on towards Goated. Oh, down goes Goated, and now it is up to Silence to make this final rush work out for them. However, Sons of Odin already sitting on a very comfortable 5 kills for this match. Oh, come on, the sprays, the hits still continuing to fly in as the players there from TRG just third-partying the heck out of this position. But will they be able to close it up? Nexus still sending it through on a very consistent, slow, steady tap. Arena 51 now using the opportunity to reposition, to relocate, to get back up into zone. But of course the tire gets popped, the shots come in, Demon takes damage, down he goes, down goes Translate, and TRG Devil finds the finishing blow into Arena 51.
You know what, good attempt, but it's just this chance of that working out is extremely slim. Like you just get, you know, stabbed and killed and sprayed from every side, and that is why you try to study them out every time, just every game. Please do that, and you will thank yourself in the future. TRG looking extremely strong this game. The only one of the 2 squads that's in this lobby still, but that is the other one trying to hit. No, it's not, but it's also most wanted being the other one as the 4 team. Maybe they can land the first ever chicken dinner in this tournament.
That was an impressive shot. I mean, that came all the way from the north of this quarry position. What a play that was coming in from Hitman. But of course, now 5 teams remain. 14 players still alive. Silence gets put on mute as he gets sent right back up into the lobby to join the rest of his team. But now Syrax still holding on to that far off angle. So far away from zone as the final 4 teams now look to duke it out. Most Wanted still in the running, still have all 4 their players up in the mix. See Londa just up ahead, Hype also right there alongside them, and things are looking pretty tough. We've got 2 teams sitting on 3 players apiece. Most Wanted sitting on a full squad, and of course Syrax, as we saw just now, down to 2. Conqueror UK looking to dominate this northern region of the zone. They still have to contend against the side there of TRG as well as Most Wanted. Most Wanted, of course, being the most imminent threat for them. You can see Londa just on the offside there. Slow, steady approach from Syrax back up in towards the zone. But who's going to be the team to close this one out?
You know what? Like, I want to root for some of these teams who are yet to get a chicken dinner. I think there's a lot of discipline that come through, a lot of hard work, and you know what? TRG want a match ready. So, you know, Most Wanted can make this count. I think it's the first game or maybe a second game out of 5 that they've got more than 3 players, right? So that can be their chance right now. We're down to those 4 teams, 12 players, and then Conqueror still in here. Syrax is actually a very good battle against some very promising teams.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. London now moving in, but of course now most wanted. They haven't found any kills just yet. They were able to jump up ahead of the players there from TeamOMA, moving up into 7th position. But now, as we look to see what they're going to be doing, will they be able to clutch it out? Ads get spotted. Hitman strikes once again. Now Hardman gonna try and get Hitman, but man, it's gonna be hard whichever way you spin it. Of course, with that, Ads gets taken right on down. It is up to Lotus at 12 and Hardman to make the most here for most wanted. Hitman now gets spotted in the window as Insect sends the spray straight on through, looking to cook up a grenade to ensure that kill to get the confirmed. Snowboy and Denoka, the 2 remaining hopefuls here for the side of Conqueror UK. Just quickly rushing up in from that northern position. Snowboy with a cheeky shot onto 12. Up comes the grenade, down he goes. Hit after hit, spray after spray. It is non-stop action all the way to the finish.
You know what? Like Snowboy got a lot of very sweet small maneuvers, but that was a bit over-aggressive when Denokas have not applied that pressure on the other side. So this is once again that topic that we talk about, guys. Patience, trigger discipline. Think about the consequence of doing some of these, decisions. But you know what? Mechanically gifted for sure. A lot of these players, but the scene has got some more things to work through, and we are, I'm kind of starting to miss this already, especially doing it with you, DK. This game will be the wrap for our group stage, and these teams will be tested once again. We mentioned how Syrax been strong. We talked about how TRG won a game, like when the zone's given over to them. Do that one more time, then we'll be impressed.
Man, I'm already impressed. I don't even know what you're talking about. The team's just bringing it all the way through. 4 teams remain. Most wanted. Oh, trying to make a bit of a play there. Hardman sends out the molly, but gets hit in the butt as he gets ready to move on through. Rattle now still just holding on over on this position in zone.
Oh, no.
They are beautifully set up. The only team currently within the zone, but they still have most wanted. They still have Conqueror as well as the side of Syrax to contend against to try and get that winner chicken dinner. Lotus now, finds the spray up in towards Denoka. Down goes Conqueror UK. 3 teams now remain. Most wanted, a little bit late to the party with the kills, but hey, who cares? They're here in the top 3, at least sitting with 10 points, whichever way this goes. And now with those 2 additional points coming in from the kills, it's at least a 12-pointer they have secured for themselves. Now the spray comes through over on towards Londa. Oh, here's 1 hit away from Doom. Hype now holding on, comes in. Oh, beautiful spray as 12 gets reduced down to his knees. Now Londa quickly setting up a bit of a med kit there, trying to recover some health. Lotus gets spotted out as Rattle comes through with the spray, and most wanted gets sent away right into the lobby. Insect crawling closer, cooking up the grenades, sending it on through. It is up to Hype and Londa to make it work for the side here of Syrax. Fortunately for them, that molly just barely missing them, but up comes Hype. Down he goes. Londa now the last remaining player standing between TRG direction. Oh, and that winner chicken dinner. Up comes the hits. Up comes the crazy insane sprays. Unfortunately, not finding enough damage just yet, but Londa now just tempting fate on the edge of zone. Down he goes, and TRG direction secure themselves a winner chicken dinner. What a way to finish off Group A group stage with an absolute insane 3rd quarry game.
You know what? I don't think I'm going to experience this again. Like 3 quarry finishes. It's like every game that you get to see the name quarry, it ends there. Like that's the bit is 100% hit rate. Is roulette is crazy, but you know what? Like that's just a very different way to experience this game. We thought how yesterday could be very close to today and how it ended to come out with those 8 qualifying teams, but it was just completely different. Like but it's a very pleasant way to experience today as well, with NDL ending the day with some different drop, but they made it work. Gaga's just strike, and that basically 2v4 towards the end there, and so many early actions in the last game everywhere on the map before we head over to Khukuri.
Yeah, I gotta say, mad respect to all the teams here. I mean, everyone just brought it all the way down to the finish. And, oh, Divine trying to get away from the buggy, but not succeeding in doing so. We've seen some pretty impressive plays, not only today, but I gotta say, this whole group stage was so entertaining and some pretty decent PUBG coming from this. So, I mean, yeah, definitely feeling a lot of love for all these teams. They've just shown up, and I'm low-key jealous about the finals, but I can tell you it is going to be absolutely on fire with these teams moving through into the next phase.
You know what? I can't wait for next week to start already. Like, these finals and the teams that will go into it, it's actually going to be a very competitive lobby, highly punishing if you do something wrong, because you can see the caliber of play is already there to say that if you do this, we will definitely be there to punish, and they will start to play that type of chess game that we want to see in here, and more of that great textbook play, but not the basic just brute force, but a lot more control, a lot more thinking, a lot more, you know, plans B's and C's, and then as well as confidence defying gravity. And we love that type of PUBG, and we can't wait for it, and this is the beautiful finish, and TRG will be able to strike again.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, these teams really nailed the ABCs of PUBG right there. And of course, TRG finishing off on a 26-point game, 11 kills to close it on up. 6 kills, of course, being awarded to the players there from Conqueror UK. Sons of Odin also finishing up on 6. And then the Foot Squad, they went out aggressively. 5 kills. What a way to close it off and, you know, just bring in that excitement into the final match.
You know what, like that's just the way that we want to see this to be. A small issue there, right? I'm trying to be picky, but excuse me, we talked about how they started slow, right? And went all the way to the top. Not all the way, I should say. They played extremely well. Like, and they redeemed themselves, and then ending in a bit of a rougher game. But you know what? They probably already had a great one, and they wouldn't fault themselves for that. And the sort of NDL, I'm really looking forward to see how they will play actually towards, you know, and prepare for next week, because it's no longer this type of situation, and there will not be any resets no more, right? So that type of mindset to say we just need to get in, then we will start blank again, will not happen, you know, at all. And then because the scene is, how should I say, the community of the UK scene is quite close, like a lot of people know each other. This can add a lot of friendly banters as well as, you know, drama, if you want to see it that way, and I think it's just going to spice things up.
Yeah, speaking about spice, our heavy hitters coming in, of course, right here. Insect sitting right up at the top. Insect IRL, that's the one I'm gonna go for, sitting in on 5 kills right at the top. They're leading the pack, leading the herd, and now coming into the damage. Silence there from his Sons of Odin, sneaking right up into that top spot. 703, and of course, wow, 621 damage. Tight position for Londa and Snowboy. Well, pretty impressive plays. And of course, Denoka coming in with that finish up in 4th on 590. I gotta say, this has been a very satisfying day. I mean, a lot of damage being done, a lot of insane plays coming through, and I mean, TRG, Syrax, they've been going at it right up until the end in this final match, this final push. And what a beautiful match it has been from TRG direction.
You know what, like, this team has been a surprise. I think like this is the team that I would look out for. I don't think they can challenge all the way to the top, but they are in the right direction. I feel like TRG direction is the one that we want to head towards, and I want to put that on my t-shirt if they continue playing like this. But we need more consistency. I want to see them there, like, every time we hit that mid game, and no more, you know, early like decisions that really shoot themselves in the foot, and then we can see them up there time and time again and officially surpass the sound of NDL as well. So that is a job well done from the squad.
Yeah, definitely some entertaining gameplays we've seen here. Well done, of course, to the players there from TRG, making that 2-position move. The players there from, excuse me, getting moved out of that second spot right back down into fourth. So that has been the only movement we've seen on this leaderboard, really. And of course, you know, I still got to give it to all the teams across the board. I mean, it has been pretty tough, especially looking at how close these teams have been, particularly in Group A. You know, it has been neck and neck all the way through. But I have to give a shout out to the players there from Seven Ravens for, you know, showing us a beautiful glimpse of glory, getting that winner chicken dinner in our fourth match. And of course, the players from Khukuri staying consistent, still pitching up in all the matches. And here are our winner chicken dinners across our games here today. Of course, the players there from Syrax bringing in the first one, OMA bringing in the second. The players there from TRG Direction claiming Sandhawk, and of course 7 Ravens, as I've just mentioned, bringing in the winner chicken dinner on towards Miramar, and TRG coming in with their second winner chicken dinner for the day, right back on the home turf on Erangel. So it has been an absolutely exciting few days we've gone through. We've seen some movers, we've seen some shakers come in from Group A and Group B. And I gotta say, I am so impressed. But again, mad respect going out to the players there from Khukuri. Even though they didn't finish off in the strongest position, I still appreciate the effort that they've put into the games here. And I'm looking forward to seeing them come back in a future event, come back stronger, and just rip the lobby apart. But I mean, absolutely fantastic stuff. Also want to give a big shout out to Xiaomi, as well as the production team. You guys have been absolutely amazing. It has been great fun to go through this once again. And of course, a big shout out to all the viewers back home. Thank you so much for tuning in and sharing the experience with us. And of course, finally, I want to thank you, Mr. Tarzan. It has been an absolute blast casting with you.
Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. I think we got blessed by the types of games that we get to see as well, and just a great colleague to work alongside with. And you know what? The chances will be there, and we hope to see all of you soon. May not be together as this casting power duo, but we will, you know, see you guys in different ways, in different times. And thank you so much once again for watching. But you know what? Have a great week ahead. But please come back next week, because we've got the finals. And we talked about how exciting it has been, how deserving these top 8 teams have been from their respective groups, right? So next week is going to be quite spicy. I'm going to love it. And I think we won't see someone who will like give up or anything. And it will just be great PUBG, a good demonstration of the talents that we can expect and we can rely on in the United Kingdom scene. Shall we do that? So we'll see you guys very soon. And I'm pretty sure that DK will be watching as well, because we feel so close to this already. I feel like it's like seeing people grow, and you want to see them, witness them every step of the way.
Oh, well, there we go. There we have it, right out of the mouth